my honest assessment, and this is very honest, and I did say this even before the elections, that whoever won the elections was going to have a very tough time dealing with the energy challenges. Because last year alone, government spent over 24 billion cedis in energy sector, either you call it subsidies, under recoveries, or shortfalls. This year, it is estimated at over 30 billion in terms of the shortfall. Yesterday, we had a session with the finance minister, and a lot of the people here were there. We require about $1.1 billion to procure liquid fuels alone. Unfortunately, and the PRC is here, the liquid fuel is not part of the tariff structure. And so you would be buying close to $15 billion of liquid fuel, and that has to be paid by the central government because it's not part of the tariff structure. As if that is not enough, what you call the reserve margin, which is a necessity, because you just don't bring plants to meet exactly what you consume. What if one plant goes off for maintenance or any situation? That is not also part of the tariff structure. More importantly, the tariff itself, ECG, is unable to collect all the monies. And so you're having a deficit of about 2 billion cedis every month when it comes to ECG's collections. When you add that deficit and you add the fuel, which is not part of the pass-through, you are looking at over 30 billion. Car Power has just sent us a letter that by 18th, they will shut down the plant because we owe them more than $400 million. IPPs alone, we owe them $1.7 billion. And so it's serious. I must be frank with you, Chairman. Today, as I sit here, this morning, my headache is how to get the next parcel of liquid fuel. The fuel we have to take us 2.6 days. We've placed order for fuel, but it has to be paid. We've procured some fuel on credit and working with the Ministry of Finance to pay. But the truth is that the Ministry of Finance also has its limits.
That's the Energy and Green Transition Minister, John Jinapor, there. And this is an issue that's made the news, at least over the last 3 days, when we got to know that the total debt in the energy sector is over $3 billion. This is excluding the cost of fuels, fuel to power the plants and so on. And that, when you add it, balloons this figure we're talking about. And even out of that over $3 billion of debt in the energy sector, $1.7 billion is owed the independent power producers. A number of them say that, look, if we don't pay them early enough, they will have no choice than to shut down. Car Power, we understand, was one of them until yesterday when there was some sort of agreement reached with government. They had indicated that we're going to shut down their plant on the 18th, which is just 2 days away. In fact, tomorrow, as a matter of fact. But there's been some agreement, and so that shutdown may not happen. But then again, we are faced with a problem, and we'll get into it, how dire the situation is, and what can be done to address this matter medium to long term, because we understand as well that ECG is posting shortfalls of approximately 2 billion cedis every month in terms of under recoveries. Like the electricity they are selling, they are not able to recover almost 2 billion. And the ministry is estimating that by end of year, about 30 billion cedis would have to be made available to make up for the shortfall of ECG. Is this sustainable? Obviously not. You out there don't need to be an energy expert to know that. This is not sustainable. So what has to be done going forward? So that's a fundamental question we're asking this morning. Our next issue is the Ghana cedi demonstrated a remarkable turnaround, shifting from one of sub-Saharan Africa's worst performing currency in 2024 to the best performing currency globally, at least in the month of April, according to Bloomberg, with a nearly now is over 16% appreciation against the dollar year to date, from January to date. Now, fundamental question is, only this week, the cedi has appreciated, reaching a selling rate of 12 cedis, 80 pesos to the dollar on the interbank market. This is according to the Bank of Ghana's own latest daily updates. Obviously, interbank, just to let you know that this could be just a bit higher on the retail market. But remarkable as it is, the fundamental question on our minds is what has contributed to this remarkable showing of the cedi, and also the sustainability of these gains. In response to this mounting pressure, the Ghana Union of Trade Association, GUTA, AGI, they've assured that prices of goods and services will in the coming weeks be adjusted to reflect the favorable performance of the cedi. But then again, when exactly? Because we're hearing 60 days and so on. Some of them are saying they'll start reflecting immediately. 60 days is too long. That's what the consumers are talking about. So we'll have the GUTA president joining us. We'll be finding out why they don't want to reduce prices anytime soon. We'll find out from them this morning here on Key Point. And we'll understand what has to be done going forward to sustain the gains of the cedi. It is for the greater good, all of us. The cedi is 60 years. This week, the Bank of Ghana issued a statement. What a time to celebrate the retirement of the cedi. The cedi is retiring well. That's what some economists say. We'll have a conversation this morning. Also, coming up, the 5-member committee established by the president to probe the 3 petitions filed against the suspended Chief Justice, Geto Tokono. They've commenced their sitting. Well, this was some 2 days ago, in fact. Yesterday, they gave indication of how the process, in fact, we got indication of how the process is ongoing. The committee, chaired by the Supreme Court Justice Gabriel Scott Poamang, was constituted in accordance with Article 1466 of the 1992 Constitution. This hearing is in camera. But how is the process going to be in the coming days? We'll have a conversation this morning here on Key Point. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, DSTV channel 279, all across the world on 3news.com. This dollar gift saga that led to some considerable trouble for the acting CEO of the Gold Board, Sami Jemfi, following that meeting with the Chief of Staff over the controversial dollar gift to this social media televangelist Patricia Siedua, also known as Agrada. Well, he was summoned, cautioned, and pardoned. We'll be finding out what next after this, especially with the proposals of also strengthening the code of conduct to address some of these matters. We'll have a conversation this morning here on Key Point. Stay with us. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook. We're on the Voice of London radio in the heart of the city of London, also on Voice of London TV. So we're live on radio and TV in the heart of the city of London for the diaspora community there. And so welcome. We'll be back shortly after this quick break. My guests already seated would have a conversation. Nelson Roxon Dafiamepo is the majority chief whip of this 9th Parliament. Joe Jackson is a financial analyst, the CEO of Dalex Finance. We'll also have the president of GUTA joining us, Dr. Joseph Obeng, and we would have an economist from the University of Ghana, Dr. George Tomfe, also joining us. Martin Kwebu is private legal practitioner. He's going to be joining us as well. And as we go on, we would have the Msenano co-chair of the Citizens Movement Against Corruption, Professor Apieje Etia. Kojo Apieje Etia is an associate professor at the University of Ghana Law School. He's also going to be joining us this morning. And Ben Boachi, is the Executive Director of the Africa Center for Energy Policy. So we have divergent views this morning from the experts on the matters on the table. We'll be back shortly after this quick break. Stay with us.
inching downwards, and we have reduced the excessive borrowing that had become the trademark of past governments. The report also provided valuable advice on promoting industrialized agriculture and aligning skills development with national priorities. We've taken this advice seriously, and implementation is underway, guiding our economic policy decisions. Following the recommendations of the National Economic Dialogue, we've amended the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921, to introduce a debt rule that aims to reduce the ratio of debt to GDP to 45% by the year 2034. We've also established an operational rule to post an annual primary surplus of at least 1.5% of GDP on a commitment basis.
We hear the president talk about the currency being fairly stable, and that is reflective of where we are now. Now, the fundamental question about the stability now, the next phase will be sustainability. Now, we track the performance of the cedi, and what you're going to see there is this bar graph that gives us a clear representation of how things have been. The dollar is represented by the red bar. The light green bar represents the pound, and then the ash bar represents the euro. So September 2024, the cedi was exchanged at 15 cedis, 80 pesos to the dollar. And then you see there the euro as well, 17 cedis, and then the pound, 21. Fast forward to April, this is how the rates look like. In fact, as of the end of yesterday, it was some 12 cedis, 80 pesos on the interbank market. A number of factors have been assigned as reasons for what we are experiencing now. And that one of it includes the increased gold reserves that we have seen over the period. And that has also led to a show up of the reserves at the Bank of Ghana. And that has seen a cascading effect and impact on the improvement of the cedi against the dollar. In fact, sometime in April, we do know the Bank of Ghana injected some $490 million into the market, contributing to all the other domestic factors that led to this cedi appreciation against the dollar. Some external factors have also been assigned to it, both domestic and external. We'll understand why and which specific external factors have contributed to where we are now, and then also the domestic factors and how those can be sustained and improved. Because for the external factors, we don't have control over them. But for the internal factors like this, what you're seeing on the screen, we have control over it. So if you look at the gold exports between November 2024 and April 2025, this is information from the Ghana Gold Board. That's the source of the information you're seeing on the screen. In 2024 November, some 7,094 kilograms of gold were exported. Now, to the value of some $561,666,818. That's what we got when we exported this amount of gold. December, 4,286 exported with the value of some $340.2 million we got in monetary value. Fast forward to January 2025 and take note of how things have been. From January 2025, some 6,178 kilograms of gold exported. And guess what? We got back some $506,410,109. Now, in February, you see the numbers going up, partly because gold is doing well on the world market. As we speak, it's been appreciating in value for the last 3 months that we tracked on the Bloomberg terminal. In February, we saw some 6,677 kilograms exported, $579,668,392 is what we got. In March, 6,328 exported in gold, $742,646,191 is what we got. In April, just last month, 9,295. And take note of the increasing ounces or kilograms of gold that we exported in this country. And that also has been attributed to the gold board and the arrangement in place to, as it were, shore up the value and the quantum in terms of the kilograms of gold. In April, we saw some 9,295 kilograms of gold exported. And guess what? Look at the value. $897,602,696. So the projection has been that it can only get better, and we'll have a clearer view of how this situation really will look like in the coming months, per the projections of the economists who have been crunching the numbers and looking at how things will be going forward. Thankfully, we have a number of them in the studio, and a man who also speaks for the ordinary Ghanaian to reflect the concerns and views, aspirations and expectations of the Ghanaian people. Well, joining us in the studio is Joe Jackson. Joe Jackson is the CEO of Daylex Finance, and then also he is a globally celebrated financial analyst. Mr. Jackson, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Good morning. Good to be here.
Fantastic. Also joining us is Martin Pebo. He's a private legal practitioner. He is the convener of the Reloaded demonstration. He's a former member of the oral preparatory team. But as he says, he speaks for the Ghanaian people. He's the vanguard of the conscience of Ghanaians, and he joins us in the studio. Counsel, good morning. Welcome.
Morning, Mr. Ocansey. It's good to be here, right? Ghana's #1 talk show, right? Saturday mornings. Right. So as usual, let me do the ritual. With great ex-Chief Justice Sofa Ekufu, Yasantua. Yeah, I mean, she deserves it. Yasantua is too tall. She never thought, I mean, she didn't use the fact that Ekufu-Addo is a relation to keep quiet. No, she spoke up every time she needed to do so, and so forever, I mean, allowed her, and I mean, applaud her for what she did. Yasantua says that in the new constitution, the president should not have any role in the appointment and disappointment of superior court judges, right? We want a truly and strong independent judiciary. Domahini, Osiadeyo, Ajimambedu II, thank you. Domahini got a lot of flack for granting Oliver Bakavomawo bail. Oliver, who stood tall for us, people were cringing and thinking that yes, he belongs to jail for, I mean, comments that don't amount to treason. You see, eventually those charges were dropped. And Gamanche, Kentucky Teko through the second. Gamanche, good morning. Right, yes, that's the Cecilia Dapa man. We are making efforts. By all means, as for this Cecilia Dapa money, Gamanche says, yes, rest assured, we'll recover it. We'll recover it. I'm sure you'll see action in the coming months. Because, I mean, apart from that Cecilia Dapa debacle, you see also how she dealt with the Community Water and Sanitation Agency. Paid out a lot of money, right? Over 39 million Ghana, without reference to the Attorney General. Did not involve Godfrey Dami. And when the matter came to Godfrey Dami's attention, he sat on it. He didn't even disclose it to the public. You see, they were covering up so many things. You see why it's good we sack this bunch of incompetents. They're just going to ruin this country, right?
So you said we should expect something in the coming days?
Yes. Yes, we are pushing. And the Attorney General is on it. Because, you know, we did a story. Godfrey Dami himself was interviewed. Now he admitted that, yes, it's true the matter was brought to his attention. But he sat on it. He didn't inform the public. That's all that they were doing, you know, covering the rot, the loot. Right?
So if you say in the coming days, we should expect something. I mean, this was
not days literally, but I mean very soon.
Okay.
So it's been reported to the Attorney General.
Was in the oral report that you submitted. It was part of the cases.
No, I saw it after. But the Attorney General has been petitioned on it, so it's on it. Yes, it's been petitioned. So Dr. Ayini and Dr. Stremsai, yes, they will be working on it. The two strong, indefatigable, yes, in charge of our law enforcement. We can't wait. I mean, come on. Hi. Kwame Nkrumah's Ghana, you can't spend our money and go scot-free like that too.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, this is one...
Mr. Ocansey, I beg, there are 52.5 billion. Auditor General Johnson Ekwuamoye said, he has to bring the report.
Okay.
The money that moved from GCB Bank to the unknown sources. Impunity, I mean, come on. Auditor General should be out of office by now. One report from December 2020 till date. I'll give you a report. I'll give you a report on where the money went.
Well, we do know this week some monies were retrieved by the Auditor General. That didn't excite you?
No. It's a PR stunt. I'm telling you that's a PR stunt.
Money was retrieved.
Yes, because we are saying you should go.
Retrieved, isn't it? There's evidence of the money.
Well, that's a PR stunt.
But as I told you, this is one that we also have to gather some more information and table it as a conversation.
Yes.
It's important.
Yes, absolutely.
To the extent that it comes up every Saturday, it's one that we have to look into to understand what happened and possibly where this money is.
Yeah.
Okay. Appreciate you for this. And just joining us right now is Nelson Roxon Dapiamepo. He's been here for quite a while. He's the Majority Chief Whip of this 9th Parliament, and then also the Member of Parliament for the South Dyke constituency. Good morning to you. He's a private legal practitioner as well. Welcome.
Doc, our foremost advocate on trade matters indeed. And good morning to Senior.
Yes, morning.
Doc.
Good.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes. Good morning to everyone, especially my people in South Dyke, Peki, Balik, Tongo. Good morning.
That's important. Thank you so much. Also joining us is Dr. Joseph Obeng. He is the president of the Ghana Union of Traders Association, GUTA. Doc, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, sir.
I'll be finding out from you why you don't want to reduce prices anytime soon. You are giving us a timetable of 60 days to see why the reduction in the price of goods and services we are asking for. Dr. George Domfe is an economist, he's a lecturer at the University of Ghana Economics Department. Dr. George Domfe, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, good morning, my brother.
Appreciate your time. Also, Dr. Thierry Champong is an economist and also political risk analyst. He's going to be joining us on Zoom as well. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us. CD, it's in some good times. What a period to be 60 years. As we've seen, the city is celebrating 60 years on a very, very good note, as we're saying now. Mr. Jackson, what has accounted for this picture that we are seeing? I know you show us something, but just the brief comments on the favorable picture of the city as we are seeing right now.
It's two things. One, external factors have been good to Ghana. And two, we have put ourselves in a position where we can take advantage of the external factors. And it's very important to appreciate both sides of the divide. Why do we say external factors have been good? The Trump tariff war, that single event triggered by Trump, President Trump in the US, has had three effects on us. Number one is that the dollar has depreciated against all major currencies. That the dollar is depreciating against our cedi is not news. That's the first thing. The second thing is this: because of that war, and because President Trump has been playing that he wants the price of a barrel of oil down to as low as $40 a barrel. That means that the single biggest import for this country, which is fuel products, where we are importing over 400 million a month, that the cost of that has come down. So there's less pressure on the cedi. So number one, the dollar is in trouble. In fact, yesterday they've downgraded US credit. International rating agencies have downgraded U.S. credit. So the factors have aligned for us. 2, the price of oil has been falling. Today, I believe, or this week, we'll see even our own pumps show a reduction in price. The third thing is this, that this same instability, global cost, has meant that investors have moved their money from dollar and other currencies into gold because they are looking for somewhere safe. They moved their money into gold. Now, moving your money, first of all, gold anyway for the past 8 years has outperformed the dollar. In fact, some of us have been consistent in saying gold is one way we're going to save the country. I applaud in the previous regime, I applauded the gold for reserves and the gold for oil program. In any case, that was the one single thing that the previous president could tell us on his last State of Nation address, that he had come to meet 6 billion and had left us with 8 billion. Not telling us that at the beginning of the year in 2024, we're down to less than 2 billion, down to 0.8%. It was the gold for oil reserves, gold for oil, however spasmodic, however corrupt, that delivered. If Cocoa Board would deliver, if our what do you call it? If not Cocoa Board, Gold Board would deliver. If our governor keeps to his commitment to stay with the Gold for Reserves program, listen, you will see the city appreciate. In any case, Doc, I'm going to repeat your thing again for you. The fact that we say we import too much is a myth. The numbers don't show. We always have a trade surplus. The problem is that we don't retain enough of the money. Gold Board, Gold for Reserves, is allowing us to retain the money, and that's why the city is appreciating. So a number of things. Have the external factors aligned? Yes. Have we also done the right thing? Yes. Better still, our commitment to keep public expenditure low, which we've demonstrated, our commitment to reduce the cost of servicing our debt, those commitments that have been followed through by the Minister of Finance and the Governor to date have meant that remember that the value of the city is always in relation to external parties. It's never within us.
Yes.
Those externally are looking at Ghana and saying, there's something good in Ghana. They're taking advantage of the spike in gold. Their reserves have built up. They are keeping their costs low as much as they can within the season. Something good is happening in Ghana. So the stars have aligned, but better still, we ourselves have put ourselves in position to take advantage of those stars. Look across West Africa. The CFA has appreciated against the dollar, but nowhere near what has happened to
the city.
Cross to Nigeria. Even in the midst of the dollar depreciating against all other countries, the naira is still depreciating against the dollar. Listen, obviously you cannot write off everything and say, oh, it is global. If it was, why are the other West African countries not getting the same effect we are getting, albeit at a slower or bigger effect? Why are some even going backwards?
I see.
Right? So the issue is clear. The winds have aligned. That we cannot doubt. But we ourselves have done a lot to take advantage of the favorable winds. If you are in a sailboat and the winds are blowing you in the right direction and you don't put up your sail, you stay at the same place. The winds are blowing, but guess what? Our sail.
Not set sail.
I see, but if you talk about a commitment to have public expenditure reduced,
Yes.
and you're seeing that already. The 2025 budget has been in force since just April. So what have you seen, really, that gives you that conviction about the public expenditure commitment?
Okay.
Reduction in the public expenditure commitment.
First of all, there's an Akan proverb that I like. Say, agrobesa, if you are not. So we've had 120 days. That 120 days has given us a certain hope, right? The biggest thing is that why have T-bill rates come down? Remember, the government only borrows from T-bills at the moment.
Okay.
T-bills rates have come down because when they go to the market, they only take what they need. In the old days, when we go to the market and there's money, they scoop me saying, "Woof money." They take
crowding out the private sector.
Crowd out the private sector. Listen, today, right? On last yesterday, it was there's strong demand for government bonds, T-bills. That should tell you something.
Even though the rates are lower.
Even though the rates are lower. The people who are buying T-bills, they are not stupid. Number one, that means that they expect inflation to fall. Number two, they're saying that in spite of all the challenges, there is something about this government that makes me feel I can give my money to them. Right? We can't discount that. Unless you're saying that everybody who goes to buy T-bills is a fool. No. So it is clear that this attempt to only take as much as you want, the T-bill rate has been dropping steadily, week on week. Sometimes the change is only a few basis points. But the important thing is that it's been dropping. The cost of debt service has been dropping. You can't discount that. We have moved from the bad old days where we scoop everything on the table to now take what we need. We are like people who are on a diet, who have taken a small plate, who only at the buffet, they only take as much as they can eat and say, let me go and sit down. That's it. So it's clear that that commitment to reduce the expenditure. Today we have this weird thing where people are complaining that we don't have 120 ministers. I'm not sure I understand that argument. But we should be grateful that after screaming and shouting, drop your ministers, so drop your ministers, so we have somebody who has come who hasn't had as many ministers and whose size of government it's at least it seems to be being managed. Well, at this moment, granted it's 120 days, but we have hope. One of the things I showed you has changed in this country is that there's hope. Business sentiment is much better, and we see it. Each day I sit in my office, I have 2-3 times the throughput of proposals coming through to say we want to borrow. We want to borrow. Whether the proposals are good or not, at least people feel that they can start to invest. Because when you borrow, it is your money. It's not the government's money.
Right.
But they want to borrow and they want to do business. Let's thank God for small mercies.
Okay, well, great. And I'm going to get into the specifics, exactly what has been done right domestically, because the external factors are quite clear, as you indicated. And the most important takeaway from the external factors is that we don't have control over them. So if the external factors that are favoring us now begin to go against us, as we're seeing the agreement between the US and China now to sort of reduce the tariff levels as against what was announced previously, which we are benefiting from, how then do we strengthen the domestic factors to at least mitigate the impact of the external factors that we don't have control over? Dr. T.A. Champong is joining us. Dr. Champong, first off, I mean, good times for the city. Joe Jackson is talking about the external factors which we know and the internal factors which he points to as well. Does that strike you same? Hello? Hello? Unfortunately, we were try to reconnect with Dr. Tue Champong in a bit to have a quick conversation with them. The connection is not too clear. Okay, Doc. Hello?
Look at the data, the more I am actually convinced that, yes, it's a factor of external and internal. But the internal, and what I mean specifically by this is what the central bank is doing and also what the fiscal authorities are doing plays quite an important point in the turnaround that we're seeing. There are other free-floating or even pegged currencies on the African continent, some of whom have also appreciated by around 5 percentage points, others that have also depreciated. But by far, the cedi is, you're almost at about 20% appreciation year to date. Some of whom have also appreciated by around 5 percentage points, others that have also cedi almost to was. You could argue the indirect consequence or indirect effect in terms of the rising, gold prices, but you will still have to have had the gold reserves in the first place to be able to either sell or build up those reserves to prop up your currency. So I think we're in a relatively good spot. The other point that I have made in my post also is that for many businesses and for many other sort of observers, what is important is stability. So we want the currency to be stable around a certain mark that allows for planning. I don't think that with the current correction that we're seeing within the market, we are at that point yet. But eventually, maybe in the next week or two, things will settle and then we can, plan appropriately along those lines. And then importantly also, the last point I'm going to make is the need not to burn all of the reserves to try and prop up the currency. We still need to accumulate enough reserves to allow us to also meet some of our other, obligations. We've got $3.6 billion or so of Eurobonds that we need to service in 2026 and 2027. So we need to also sort of look at other aspects of all of this going forward. But the biggest benefit that I foresee in the coming weeks in all of this is for the lower cedi, the appreciating cedi, to actually cascade into lower or lowered inflation. That is the bit that we're all looking, out for. So as you're aware, we have a huge chunk of our inflation, people say is imported, but basically it's externally driven. And so to the extent that your currency is appreciating, it then means that you're spending less to actually get those USDs, and that savings should be passed on to consumers. But there's a bit of a lag, so it will take some time for us to see that. But I expect to see the signals being picked up in the inflation reading for the month of May, and then.
And in fact, you make a very important point about all of this, how consumers will make sense of the appreciation and the good time that the city finds itself in. The only time we'll do that is when it cascades and then has an impact on the inflation, so that price of goods and services over the period would reduce, and then also the response of the trading community. There's a man here who answered that question as to how soon we should be expecting the reflection in the prices of goods and services. Because Martin Pebble, even before we started the conversation, indicated that traders should be fair to consumers. Yeah. So that, Council, it's not just about all the time saying you have imported stock already, so you can't...
Yes,
absolutely.
This is
the sentiments of you, all of us consumers.
Yes, yes, absolutely. We want prices to come down. And in that line, yes, I'm happy Dr. Obin is here. He has appealed to his people to reduce the prices, right? So we are yet to see the prices really come down. I've seen a few items being listed on Facebook as having been reduced in prices, right? But that's not comprehensive enough because times are still hard, though. Times are still very hard. The only thing is that, you know, because of the change in government, there's still a lot of euphoria. Yeah, we are happy that finally we threw out those bunch of incompetents, right? So it's kind of carrying us for some months. But, you know, it's good that the prices come down so that by the time this euphoria dies down, the anger too would have subsided. Otherwise, when the euphoria dies down and then the prices are so high, then you see that the agitation will begin. Yeah, we're going to continue agitating. Because, you know what, let me show you something. 2 weeks ago, somebody sent a post to one of my friends that they should forward it to me, asking me that what are we going to do about the cost of living. Listen to what the person says. He says, please tell Martin Kpebu we are missing his kenke and fish, Hausa cocoa and bread, wache and cement analysis on TV3's key points, etc. Please, if it is a financial challenge under JM because he's unable to procure due to higher cost of living now, we can do some Yebima, I don't know which language is that. Yibima, okay, Yibima, okay, Yibima, okay, all right, to support him wholeheartedly. All eyes on, ears on, okay, Kpebu, blah, blah, blah. So you see, the point I'm making is that it means that Ghanaians have not forgotten that a few months ago, we brought kinky and fish. You brought kinky and fish. Hausa cocoa, and a tube of yam. Excellent, right? We do all those analysis. So please, Buta, do it well. Let it calm down. Look, you see, it's just in Ghana that, you know, somehow the problem is hydra-headed. You see, the prices stay where they are and all of this fleecing of the consumer happens because, you know, among others, government is not tough on traders. Citizens who are not that enlightened and empowered to ask and, traders to do the needful. No, you know, currently, just a few days ago, you saw President Trump threatening pharmaceutical companies in the US that if they didn't reduce the prices, he was going to sign an executive instrument to reduce prices by 30% and 80%. Yes, you Google it, you see. And you know, this pressure on pharmaceuticals didn't start today. For the past 5 years, yeah, it's been there. Trump in his first term started, Biden came and continued, and Trump is here to continue. And through that, they've gotten some progress, but they are still not satisfied. So the point is that sometimes government too can push. Because I heard the trade minister, yeah, she was being very diplomatic, right? Ofusu Ejari, right? She said, yes, government has no control over the traders in terms of pricing. That's true, free market economy. But it gets to a point where the traders are fleecing us too much. We should do something to, you know, rein them in. I hear also, to further streamline prices, the Standards Board is coming up with using the weighing scales. Instead of, you know, you look at tomatoes and price them, now we put them on scales, like what you see when you go to the UK, US, etc. Yeah. Right? Yes, to make, you know...
There's a new legislation we passed.
Oh, okay. So you've passed it. Very good. Okay, then we should do more education. I'll look for it. Let's do more education because look, sometimes the profits that the traders make is super normal.
Well, they say they don't make profits, or they're making losses. That's what they tell.
Go to the flash estates in Ghana and see. You see Makola women owning properties there. They are like, this. Products you sell in Makola. Look, you have no idea. Or Abuso Kai, they make too much, too much. Ask professionals.
So, but how much is too much? How do you mean?
Good. Now, how much is too much is reflected in the high cost of living. Ask people who travel to even Nigeria. They'll tell you that in Nigeria, food is far cheaper in Nigeria than in Ghana.
That's definitely so.
You heard it. That's it. The Ghanaian trader is always minded. They'll tell you buy something for 1 cedi. The rule is that triple it, 300%. Yes. They'll tell you a lot of the pricing systems they use. You buy something, 1 cedi, triple it. Why? You say, so please, Is a right thing. It's good Guta is here. Maybe we should have had the Guta president. Yes, Dr. Ben, because we are suffering. No, look, the bills we have to pay. The only thing is just that the euphoria is because we kicked out. I mean, we made sure that Baumia doesn't come near the steer he was looking for. So it's that euphoria that is sustaining us. But I know there is a limit. After some months, the euphoria is going to die down. Then the reality will kick in. And then you see we'll start agitating again.
So when you hear the traders say, I've already imported the items at the previous high rate of the dollar, and so with this reduction now, as astronomical and drastic as we're seeing in favor of the cedi, I can't reduce prices immediately because the stock I have is still the one I imported earlier. How would that sit with you?
You see, it doesn't tell the whole story. Let's do this. Let's use practical examples. So what about the OMCs, right? They also have stock. You know, last week, the prices came down. This week, prices have come down. Are we saying that the stock that they bought, every OMC, of course, not all of them have adjusted yet, but I'm aware GOIL, so if you are buying fuel, be careful. GOIL has already adjusted its prices down. So are we saying that between last week when the prices came down and this week when GOIL and a few other stations have further reduced, are we saying that all the GOIL stocks got finished and all those stations around the country, what they are using is new stock? No. You see, so you sit down, look at it and see how much you can reduce. It's a balancing act. But you can't just say, just because I bought at that higher price, it must stay. No, part of it is profit. You bought, so you are going to make a lot more profit. The thing is calm down. It's only rational that you calm down. Otherwise, we'll all be driving to GOIL. So use the fuels as an example. You know, markets also thrive on information. So if you have a perfectly competitive market and there's proper information, all right, there isn't asymmetry. Some people know, others don't know. You will find that those who reduce will make more because people will troop there. People will troop there. Like we've announced here that GOIL has reduced. Other filling stations, if you've reduced, please, you know Mr. Ocansey's number. Please announce here. It's GOIL that I heard on radio. Not
the
that.
only way is that they will have to pay for it.
Excellent. So that's what you do. From here, I'm going to GOIL because I was hedging for the past 3 days.
Council, if you keep mentioning that, you pay for it. I slow down on that one.
Yeah, so please, the thing is that if markets work the way they're supposed to be working, once the information trickles in that Mr. A in a perfectly competitive market has reduced the price of his products, that is where we will go. And so at the end of it, you'll find that once he makes more revenue, he develops goodwill, etc., he'll be better off than the one who is holding on that, no, I bought it at 10 cedis, so I must sell everything to reflect the 10 cedis. No, the 10 cedis is not cost. It has supernormal profits in it. So at least take part of the 4. So you see in product pricing, you hear elasticity of demand. So you look at the product. If you find that, listen, people will go to your competitor, you are not a monopoly, it's in your interest to reduce. Right?
Okay,
yes.
Your point.
So you look at the product.
I want to he speaks
I wanted to make a little
Mr. Jackson.
intervention. There's something Dr. Theo Achampong said, which is very important to this process, which is that what is important in the medium term is the fact that prices are stable rather than going down all the time or rather up and down.
Hey, but cement went up by more than something. It's now 120, some places 130.
What I'm saying is this. Please bear in mind that some traders and some of the oil OMCs are going to lose money because of the reduction in the appreciation of the cedi and the reduction in prices. Because if one of the reasons why their market responds very quickly, because day in day out people are bringing new commodities. Today, if somebody goes to, let's for argument's sake, let's say somebody brings in fabric, so you brought in some fabric, and somebody goes to import today, they will place their fabric on the market at a cheaper price than yours. The real lag is that, and when they place that price cheaper than yours, of course, over time people go and buy it from them. So some of the traders are actually going to lose money. And the lag that they are looking for is how long it will take to import new things. Because I assure you, some people are, even as some of the traders are plotting as we sit here, let's quickly go at this new price. If the CD has appreciated by up to 20%, it means there's a 20% margin to be made on those who brought in their goods in January. If I go and bring in goods today and put it on the market, I'll make some more money. So let's bear in mind that not everybody is going to make a profit. Some people will make losses.
Well, Dr. Obeng is patiently waiting to respond to all of that. But Lamati, people made a point about government not being too tough or not being tough enough on traders. And this is why I bring in Nelson Ross in the film, because he is a leader in the Legislative House of Parliament. So that, I mean, is there any way government, because we're not in a price control regime, as was rightly said by the Trade Minister, is there any way government could have done or intervened for prices to come down other than just an engagement and an appeal to the trading community?
Thank you very much. Good morning once more.
Good morning, Honorable.
To our people.
Yes.
Let me...
Hey, Zoo.
Exactly.
That's what. Charlie.
Let me
save that.
Yes. Let me.
Let's keep focus.
Yes. Let me.
It's important.
Council,
8 years.
You because you have, I want him to please. Yes.
Let's situate these matters in some context. Indeed, the very green health of the city is a major factor. And this is not happening whimsically. It's taking very deliberate policies and programs. Look, the economic trajectory that we were taking through from about 2017 to now, and the sheer miracle we see, it's a matter of proper institution of governance protocols.
Thank you.
Now, let me explain. Bank of Ghana from 2014 to 2016 made some modicum of profit. We were told that as a central bank, it's not in their province to be making profit, but they had a healthy balance. In 2017, the operations of the bank at the end of the year posted a negative balance sheet. They posted same in 2018. In 2019, same. 2020, some profit. They returned to making profit. Then 2021, 2022, boom. We were run into a big ditch. We were told that this was occasioned as a result of some domestic debt restructuring, and the figures are huge. 60 billion plus, 10 billion the next year in 2023, and liabilities shot up over 54 point something billion. And when you raise the issues, they tell you, oh, it was because of, for instance, default in interest rate payments, depreciation of the CD, but we had managers. We had managers in place. So government simply didn't have a clue as to what to do. All right? Then we were told that some financial sector cleanup. We've been asking that valued assets, for instance, totaling in excess of about 9 billion, ought to be saved. Then you come to Parliament and tell Parliament that you spend in essence of 25 billion to recover a 9 billion assets, valued assets. Who does that? Yeah, this is the man who does trading. No reasonable trader does that in economics. Why would you spend nearly times 3 of what you have to save? Then let it go. and reset up those banks with 15 billion. You will let the 10 billion go. Look for the 15 billion and set and reset the whole system. We didn't do that. We've been asking who were the consultants.
You've been asking who?
We've been asking the finance minister.
And
for instance, me, I filed 3 separate questions directed at the finance minister, Ufuriata initially, then at Dr. Amin Anta when he took over. Eventually, I had to direct it at the governor when he appeared before the Public Accounts Committee. They promised that they'll bring those details.
So is it one that this parliament is minded to look into? Because you are now the majority.
Joe Jackson is here, and Doctor is sitting by me. How did we spend 25 billion in saving assets valued at 9 billion? It's a matter that should engage every Ghanaian. In excess of 15 billion, how did we spend it? On what? Who were the consultants? What kind of proposal did they craft for us? What kind of ideas did they craft? So much so that we spend that kind of... And as I speak, entities like Men's Gold, who's a lot of public officers, a lot of public servants who kept their monies with Men's Gold, is down the date 766 million Ghana cedis. It's not covered in that recovery process. And yet we said 25 billion is gone. There ought to be an accountability.
The last time I checked, that figure...
All these things, Ocansey, the point I'm making is that all these things contributed to the malaise of the city. Now you have a new governor, and the finance minister and his team who are spending sleepless nights fashioning top-class policies to ensure that we start on a healthy note. And people are saying external factors. I agree. But I was hoping that Dr. Joe would have mentioned this. When Trump released his policies, we lost US aid. You know how much they were giving us every year? How much they would have given us this year? $200 million in US aid. Finance minister came to parliament that we have lost that as a result of the Trump 2 policies. So that money had to be found. $200 million. It would have done something for the city. It hasn't come in. So what is happening is actually 2 smart guys, Dr. Tufosi and Dr. Isiama, who are sitting down and listening to other smart guys who they put together, and they are working. I think that's where the credit should go. And you see, the voluptuousness of the government is also gone. I'm using that term for effect.
Thank you.
The government was so... when they say a woman is voluptuous, do you know what that means?
No, but I mean...
the government... Nana Akufo-Addo's government was voluptuous.
You can reference...
Oh, you Google it.
No. I mean, look, gentlemen, yes.
Yes. You know, so the voluptuousness of the previous government is not symptomatic with our government. Everything is lean. The man said I'll appoint 60 ministers, and 60 ministers will come with expenditure. He's doing 56. And somebody I hear they are complaining like Joe hinted that it constitutes a broken promise. And you'll be shocked how people think. Go and check presidential staffers and see how many persons he's appointed. We are doing around 500 and something. He's still putting the team together, but when the staff strength is submitted to Parliament in that report, we'll be doing something less than 1,000, I can assure you. And that will be a marked departure from before. When at one time we're doing in excess of 2,000 presidential staffers.
Hey.
Yes.
I thought it was 1,000.
No. It oscillated, but at a time when they brought the report, they were in excess of 2,000.
But the explanation was that because they are civil servants, second.
Yes, but everybody counted them as presidential staffers.
Okay.
Yes.
From the days of Jerry Rawlings, that was how it was done. You had people on secondment to the seat of the presidency, but they were counted as presidential staffers.
Great.
At the time, they used it for propaganda. How come In your case, you want us to disaggregate the numbers. So these matters are seriously issues that the government should be commended for. But me, being sitting where I am as government chief whip in parliament, that will safeguard government policies and programs when they come parliament and take them through parliamentary approval processes. I am also coy. I am not the euphoria. I'm restrained in expressing this because I know this is Ghana, but I'm praying that the trajectory, the downward trajectory of the cedi will continue. And when it continues, it's all good. People are crying that they have to go and take their dollar and go and change. I would suggest you do that. Because if you keep your dollar and think that it's a form of investment, you see your investment dwindling right before you. So release the dollar. Ocansey, it's only in our country that you can walk the streets and change money without going through some process. In other jurisdictions, you check your passport. You check your passport. If you enter any country with dollars, you have to change the local currency before you can spend. In a lot of countries, even in Africa, it's very difficult for you to transact directly across the counter in dollars. In Kenya, in Tanzania,
Ethiopia.
So
South Africa.
And these are policies that help them to stabilize any pressures that excessive use of a foreign currency will have on them. And Joe, again, yes, I appreciate the fact that some external happenings are favoring the currency. But yes, what about other currencies? What about the pound? What about appreciations against the pound, against the euro, against other major international trading currencies? So yes, let's commend Atufor and Dr. Siama and the team and pray that the policies that they fashion and is working well for them will be kept and will bring some succor. And again, the ultimate praises must go to the president. If you the video that you played, the president is telling us the deliberate policies that he's initiated, including annual reporting surplus volumes. And these are things that haven't happened before. So when these things are going to be instituted, then it will be a regular measuring point for reference.
The ultimate expectation of the consumer is that this will trickle down and make sense to us in reduction in prices.
Yes,
and that's what I'm asking.
I'm getting to Doctor.
Yes,
because we moved from the cedi
to answer to.
Now in trading, apart from government's ability to regulate, for instance, utility prices and fuel pricing, which is doing because they are naturally reflecting in the downward review of prices of fuel, petroleum products, as well as utilities. The open market forces are also at play. The government is saying so far we have done so well that the open market forces must begin to respond to the structural changes that is happening. And that you cannot do it by whipping out a cane and walking in the street. You must engage, like you hinted. You must engage. Guta has been engaged. They are giving some timelines. The government says 60 days too long for us to have the windfall from the good things that are happening. Can you shorten that? Can you abridge that time for us? Can you, for instance, tell us within 14 days? It may not be every commodity out there, but the major commodities, when they are affected, there's something we call the multiplier effect. It has a way of affecting other prices of other commodities naturally. So my preliminary comments on these matters are these, and that we expect these matters to be properly situated and government giving its due praise, and the two in the forefront, the Minister of Finance, Dr. Atufor and Dr. Siama, Governor of Central Bank, ought to be commended for getting us to where we are.
Right.
And they all need our support. And as a government, as an operator, as a government official, I want to urge my colleagues that we should avoid ostentatious and profligate lifestyle. Live simply, live frugal, and ensure the government stays healthy. Well, because our actions individually will have a way of reflecting adversely if we don't conduct ourselves, so it has a negative way of impacting on the fortunes of the government. And as a collective group, we must ensure that we, like Caesar's wife, we stay above reproach.
And the sentiments.
Yes, I thank you for the opportunity.
And sentiments are key in also understanding how the market operates. Dr. Obeng, there's a lot that you have to respond to. And so let me have Dr. George Domfe come in at the moment. Dr. Domfe, you heard Nelson Roxon Dafenkpo. He is leading government business in Parliament as a majority chief whip. He says, yes, good times for the city. He's cautiously optimistic. He won the word a while, but then he makes the point strongly that the internal factors are policy initiatives led by the finance minister, the governor of the central bank. They must be given their due praise and not just so much about the external factors as well. Where do you lie on this?
Yeah, Alfred, let me say very good morning to you, and also very good morning to my co-panelists, the viewers and listeners as well. Alfred, there is a very popular adage that goes, an applaud must be given when an individual prevails. And sometimes people also say the end justifies the means.
True.
And so, if you have a government that inherited $1 being exchanged for 53 pesos. I'm talking about the day set January 2025. And today, we are exchanging around 12 cedis for $1.
Doc, if you could shift to perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please.
Okay, it's okay.
It's perfect now. Yes,
okay.
Please go ahead.
So, yeah, so my point is that if you have a government that inherited $1 being exchanged for 1 cedi at 14 cedi 53 pesos, exactly the day, and I'm proud to hand it over power to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama. And today, cedi, we are rather exchanging $1 for something far below the 14.53. You can only say they have prevailed, and you can challenge that. If other things have happened, like it did in 2022, and at the beginning of the year when $1 was going for 6 cedis, 20 pesos, before we could say that, it jumped all the way to 17 cedis, and significantly because of external factors, and that's how the managers of the economy were blamed for being incompetent. And so when the good things come, and you are a government, you take credit, and when bad things also come, you must take credit as well. And so, on that note, I can't challenge annual, except that I have a little difficulty understanding the specific policy that government has in place to get us where we are. I wish Joe Jackson talked about it. I was waiting for him to specifically mention some of them. And Honorable has also done it. Maybe when they get a second round, we want to educate Ghanaians what specifically got us where we are. I do agree with all the previous speakers that you cannot sit here and say that what is happening to CD is mainly external. If you do that, I mean, you talk about Trump, but Trump doesn't control UK pounds, Trump doesn't control euros, and CD is performing better, appreciating against all those currencies. And that is why the internal or domestic factors are very, very important. And when you are talking about domestic factors, it is important you situate the discussion in historical context. Anytime there's a change in government, we always see CD doing very well against all the international trading currencies for obvious reasons that when the government comes to power, they don't immediately spend. For example, today contractors are not being paid, and my understanding is that government is trying to review most of these contracts. But we do know that these government contracts, most of them are awarded, the big ones, to the foreign companies. So the moment they are paid, they are going to take their dollars away. So now that has not happened. When that has not happened, you expect it to go well. Of course, 2017, the same thing happened in the first 100 years. Dr. Mamudu Bawumia came to tell Ghanaians that we have arrested, the dollar. So let's not be overexcited. It's important we look back to history, what has happened whether what has happened, we've seen it before. Again, I can tell you that debt restructuring has also done a lot, and my brother Tio Champion, made mention of, the debt restructuring, the total, amount of money that this year we have to pay in terms of amortization and interest payment. That has significantly gone down because of the debt restructuring that we did. Indeed, it's not only this year, but 2026 as well. The relief is so huge, compared to days before the debt, restructuring. And so you cannot discount the impact of the debt restructuring as well. And one important thing is the BOG. Our exchange rate system is a managed floating rate exchange rate. It is managed. What it means that demand supply foreign capital. In other words, the outflows and inflow foreign capital would determine the value of the city. But accordingly, Bank of Ghana said to inject. But as I said, you cannot do what you don't have. And that is exactly what happened in the Ghanaian economy 2022, when at the beginning of the year we had 9 billion US as reserve. Today we have 9.4 billion reserves. But at the beginning of 2022, we had 9.1 billion. That was, if you look at the nominal figures from 57, you could see that they did very well. The government at the time had gathered enough, 9.9 billion. And so that's why I don't agree with those who would describe that government as being incompetent. At that time, done well getting to reserves of 9.9. But what happened, the years of the day, my uncle George made mention of, I agree with him, about imports, oil and imports. Spend so much importing refined oil to this country. I quite remember before Russian-Ukrainian crisis, we were on average, the BDCs, on average, they were taking every month $250 million to import the crude, the refined, products, And at the heat of the whole problem, they had to increase that expenditure to 400 million US, importing the same quantity of crude, about 135,000 barrels. And so all these in today, the crude oil price that on the international market went up to 121. Today it is down to around $60 per barrel. And so very positive things happening on the global market, for which reason all these things are happening. And so let me quickly say that around August 2022, our reserves had gone down around $3 billion US. It was below $3 US. And that was when the bank started suffering, because at the beginning of the year, the bank, $1 was being exchanged for 620 pesos. By August, it was 820 pesos. But it immediately went to 70 cities. You know why? Because the bank was exposed, the bank didn't have anything to give. Today, we are so happy to see that the bank is strong. The bank has reserves of 9.4 billion, even though not as high as it was at the beginning of 2022. But because of what it has, it gives the bank that platform to supply. And so in the month April alone, Bank of Ghana injected $490 million US into the economy. Part of the reason why we are where we are, because last year, if we remember, getting to Xmas around October, thereabout, CD was suffering. Immediately, the bank came in, supply so much. In fact, CD went up almost to 70 cities. But immediately, it came to supply, so that was why was as $1 was being exchanged for 10 cities, 50 pesos. So all these things are reasons why he is performing. Even though I haven't done it, in economics. If you have data, we don't want to jump to the market because I'm talking about so many things. My colleagues have mentioned so many things. But you see, before you know which of them is significantly leading the whole process, you have to do causality analysis where you extricate the counterfactuals to know what contributes in that region, which is doing what, unfortunately, adopt that, but because we all know theoretic that anytime we have excess, inflows of foreign currencies, CD does well, I can say that the gold export has also contributed. And so a lot of internal factors, that is, CD is not only doing better against the US, but also other international trade, currencies. And so these are the external factors, but sustainability of it is very, very important, because if we remember, and listeners and viewers and my co-panelists, help me here, at the beginning of the year, 2020, $1 was going for 6 pesos. Somewhere in the middle of the year, it went all the way to 17. So by October, CD had depreciated by 55%, something we have not seen for many years. That's what we saw, 2020. Immediately, all these things happened. Of Ghana were looking for money, and they had enough. They started injecting, and before we could say jack, around December, $1 had 10 cedis, dropped to 10 cedis.
I see.
From where it was 70 somewhere, and it never became sustainable. I want to remind Mr. Kuta president, 2020, now we entered 2023, and the city had dropped so significantly from almost 70 cities to 10 cities. Kuta president, you see, came out that traders should reduce their prices to reflect the new performance of the city. That was a shock. And we went even to almost about 15 last year. Finally, we came to 14.
I see.
Right. But let me quickly say that when we're talking, we talk everything that happened under the NEGU. If we do that, we are not being fair that government. We talk as if everything that happened was 2022. We have forgotten that for 61 good months, $1 when the NEGU the day on the 7th, those of you and everybody listening, in January 2017, $1 was going for 620 pesos. And all the way through to January 2022, $1 was going for 620 pesos. And so for 61 months, CD depreciated accumulatively by 47.6%. And this is a record. If you look from 1957, the strength of the CD, what has happened to the CD, and I'm sure President anyhow, that days nobody was talking about CD until the rapid trading thing started. CD had performed
so you track the performance of the CD from 2017 to 20. You said 2017 to 2022. There was some good reflection.
2022.
Yes, until we saw the depreciation.
CD very well. CD performed well.
Okay.
CD performed very well, and significantly as a result, at the end of 2019, we recorded an inflation of 11.9%. Happy to be among the lowest. In fact, it was the lowest. If you look at BOG, it was the lowest since 1992. And so, until the COVID
that's the point that I wanted us to dwell on the bit about how the trajectory has been over the period to now. Dr. Joseph Obeng is here. Now, on that particular point, on that point about, because you dovetailed into sustainability, that's going to be the next phase of the conversation. But on the point about where we are now, okay, and then also the response that we expect you, the trading community, to have. Lamatic people has spoken the mind of quite a number of them, of the people who are watching us right now, who want to find out why. They've mentioned a number of items. Cooking oil still, in fact, they said the price is rather increasing when the city is doing better. Yeah. Cooking oil prices are up. And then they talk about cement prices and others as well. So why are you doing this to us? Why don't you want to reduce prices?
Okay. So there's something that I want you to observe. If care is not taken, the local produce, the things that are produced in Ghana are not responding to the downward trend of the city, and we have to take note of that. We are talking about the Makola woman who is profiteering. Yes. It's not true. Hey. Let me take my time to explain. You have to understand the business that we do. And I believe you are talking about the tomato sellers, the plantain sellers, these yam sellers and all that. See, we have to do something right to make sure that the farm produce are preserved, that we add value to them. The farmer out there, it's not that the farmer is so foolish to sell his product at a cheaper cost to the trader. But the farmer offloads its risk to the trader. The risk that the tomato the next day will all be perished. So you offload all this to the trader. So that's account the reason why sometimes you see a car is spoiled on the way that is bringing foodstuffs, and you see that all the plantain is rotten. Then also you come to the marketplace and most of their tomatoes is rotten. When you go to market, your wife go to market, you see that you take the tomato and press it to see whether it's fit for use. Then he select all the good ones and leave the rotten ones for the person who is trading. Let's be fair. The trader is also incurring so much loss. Unless we do what we have to do, we are growing as a modern country, a civilized country, and then we are not reinventing the wheel. We have to look what is happening elsewhere, where we add value to some of these things, preserve them. Find a way to preserve these products for these farmers so that they don't hurry up to sell the produce or offload the risk to the unsuspecting trader that we assume or presume that is profiteering, where they are losing. So we have to strike the balance, please. And let's again.
So are you saying that you don't triple prices or you don't increase prices astronomically?
No,
fleecing consumers.
Please, let's look at it. I've given you this scenario now. The dollar is coming down. The forest, the city is appreciating in value, but you see that imported goods are going to respond. We importers are going to respond. I make a table here where the cable that we are selling, I'm from the electrical business, and a popular brand in cable is called Aral. The price have come down drastically.
Within which period are we?
Within this short time that we are talking about, I open it and I'll open it later. So prices have started responding. In fact, we have obligation. We are duty bound to respond to any gains. And especially this particular one is a substantial gain that we are having, that we have to share any gain with the consumer. The consuming public that we are talking about is our customers. When our customers are challenged, the fact that their prices are high and all that they are not able to buy the volumes that they have to buy from us. Businesses thrives on turnover. And so if we are able to make sure that the final consumer and our customer is able to buy shore up his purchasing power, then of course the benefits come back to us. Because when turnover go up, we are able to sell, pay our debt at the bank and all that.
Okay.
And so it is for our own good that prices come down. Now, let's talk about our challenge. What?
No. So before you go into your challenge, you say some of the items are going down. But you import, for instance, some of the items our viewers are sharing, which we also all buy. Cooking oil and others as well, the basics. You say you need time to have it reflect.
Please.
You gave a 60-day period. I want to understand why these items are not also responding in like manner.
Okay, so all that we need is for government to continue its good work by ensuring that we have a sustained stability. All that we need. So I was saying that some the importers have direct dealing with the forest. So most of the importers have gotten the gains where they are passing it on to the consumer already. The problem here had been that we have retailers. The retailers, they have nothing to do with the forest trading. They depend on the importer. And so these are
if the importer reduces the wholesale price to the retailer, and so are you blaming the retailers for what we are experiencing now?
The retailers form about 80% in the market, and mostly they have to sell the goods that they bought of old. And then when they are buying the new, they will get the price of the reduced one, and then they can have the benefit. Or sometimes they strike a reasonable average, and then to make sure that prices, because the competition is such that you cannot overprice yourself out of the market. It is not true. But all that we need is the sustainability. The market forces will settle by itself. But let me also...
So you're saying that for as long as this is a short period to see any reduction, if you say sustainability, for how long? How long do you want to see before you reduce prices?
No, I'm saying that prices, because we are in the consumer market, we are not in the sellers market. That's one thing most Ghanaians do not know. And some of these things they are talking about is as a result that they just want to say. Because when you go to the market and you find you set through the market, because in Europe it's sellers market, because when you go the prices are fixed and then you don't have any option to bargain. Here in our market, the traders are so many in competition, about 1,000 of them trading in the same commodity lines, and that you can bargain, and then you reward the one who is selling at a higher price and punish the one, you reward the one who is selling at a cheaper price and punish the one who is selling at a higher price. Let me tell you, the reason why I feel so strongly that regardless of the fact that people ordered at the old price of maybe 16, and that they can still sell cheaper at this time, is for this reason. Apart from those people who travel with fiscal cash and go to Dubai, Turkey, and China, they have already changed the money and they are traveling to this corridor. Those people are seriously affected by this old price thing that we're talking about.
I see.
Most of the bigger companies, most of them trade with LC, transact in LC, and that's sometimes
letters of credit.
Yes, about 180 days, 160 days, 120 days, 90 days. So if the person ordered the goods in January, then the maturity time for payment is due today. The forests have come down, so it's a windfall for such a person. It's a windfall.
So all things being equal, there also has to be a cascading effect.
Exactly.
So why are you not doing it?
That's what I'm saying, that it's possible that most of us can transfer these gains. But one thing is that people might not know how to extract the averages. For instance, now I've instructed my salespeople, because I have some goods that are purchased at 16, and now I'm also buying some at probably 13.5 and all that. I have to try the average to about 14.5. When I was buying in 16, I was using 16.5 because I wasn't sure. So you make room for a future increase and all that. And so you bridge up by striking a reasonable average, and you can still float, because otherwise you be priced out of competition. So all that we need is government to sustain. But let me tell you, why is it that the local manufacturing entities are not responding to this? They should have let this. Now the yes, the cement prices and all that he was mentioning, the tile manufacturing companies here, I bought tiles in January, and the price is still the same as I bought yesterday. But then there is a local manufacturing company.
But cement, they will tell you that the major component in the manufacture of cement, that's clinker. Clinker is imported. And so, you know, the dynamics.
So if clinker is imported, and now you have cheaper forest, what is the difference between him and the one? Because about 90% of the input for manufacturing is also imported. But about 90% of input in manufacturing in this country are all imported. And so they are also benefiting.
They also pointed to the utility prices, to the extent that electricity and water has been increased.
Exactly. So
that
that's why
knocks off
the strength of the city alone cannot act in isolation. It should be tied out. It should be tied to the VAT. We need to have the VAT reforms. It's also very important, the cascading effect and all that. And then the electricity, utility bills and all that have gone up. Government have a reason to sit with PURC. I don't know why we are not calling their attention, because one thing that is cited as a major reason for increasing the tariff is
cost of energy.
Is the forest rate. They use it as an example, because you check the time and what they said, and now the forests have dropped.
Okay, in pricing.
Yes.
Okay.
And so why they don't have any reason to increase? Otherwise, it negates any gains that we are having. So we have to check all these things and do not put everything on the importer alone. We have to tie it up to all these things. It have to be comprehensive. And so we will do our bit. We are duty bound to pass the gains, because we don't do the trading in isolation. We do it with the consuming public. They are our customers. If they are challenged and they are unable to buy from us, we are not trading. And that's why I'm doing this. And also, the reason why I'm pushing this is that whenever there's a problem in this country, the forest is going up, and all that, is that all of us, including the consuming public, that come out and say that our government should do something and all that, when we are paying high taxes and all that. So it's only fair that we are able to do that. And I might be a trader in electrical goods, but I'm also a consumer in pharmaceutical goods.
Yes.
So there's no trader standing somewhere and then the consumer standing. We are all consumers, much as we are also traders, and that we have to do what we can actually do. But the key word here is sustainability and predictability.
A lot of the sentiments that my viewers, and in fact, Leamati Bebu reflected that earlier, is that whenever there's a reason to increase prices, you do it swiftly, within minutes. And Odilia Mefetu is watching us right now, saying that, Gota president, tell your members to reduce their prices. You'll be surprised that even when you are in a shop to buy something that costs 100 cedis, the moment the seller hears price increase, they'll quickly increase it right there to 120 cedis. But when you have to reduce prices, you have every reason not to reduce prices immediately. Why are you doing this to us?
I think we have got quite a significant gain that it will start reflecting in the market, because at least we have stability for some time before the sharp decline in the value of the dollar in favor of the cedi. So I think everything points to the fact that Because if even you are a retailer, but now you should have sold for it's about barely a month or so. You would say that you haven't sold some of your goods. All that I'm saying is that if you sell some of your goods and you buy the new ones, you strike a reasonable average so that you are not pushed out of the market. But at the same time, you should also know that the forces itself will determine the market. We are in a highly competitive market, and then the consumer, the person who tested you, should go and do due diligence in the market, find out the person who is selling cheaper, because they would surely find we are not in a monopolistic market where somebody will say that I'm the only person bringing this thing, so I have the right to increase it. No, it's so competitive. You can set the market and get and reward the one who is selling cheaper, punish the one who is selling higher.
No.
Yeah.
Just a small point.
Quick one.
Doc, I listen to you, and I wish that I can 100% agree with you. But you see, your members' own conduct in the past is what is a problem for me, given their stance. When the MPP won 2016, I remember in December there was euphoria.
Yes.
You unilaterally reduce prices.
Yes, very political.
Just to respond to the fact that you think a government was coming that was going to deal with the matters. You see, so when things like that have happened in the past, they're supposed to provide a guide. I don't mind us engaging and agreeing that the CD has done so well, so there's a need for a downward review of prices. But when in the past, even though CD has not depreciated, the mere fact that the political party, well, your members, it was headline news. You know, Guta members, Alfred Ocansey papers, they reduced prices just to respond to the times.
Yeah. Okay.
So respond to the times for us by reviewing prices downwards.
It's fair to have him respond. So
that one I've heard it over and over.
Oh, really?
Anytime I hear it, I'm laughing. Let me tell you.
Okay.
You know how people behave.
Okay.
In every political party, they have their strongholds and all that. At the time, Abusuka was a very serious stronghold and all that.
Also, because it's not NDC stronghold, so you don't do it.
No. But even in your case, you see that where your strongholds are, they will also even say, hey, come and take things for free and all that. And it might not even...
I haven't seen that.
Sometimes even in football, when somebody, a team that you support win, the woman will say, hey, today we are there for you. If you hear those things, it doesn't reflect on what was happening. That was not true. Nobody could just, because traders, we cannot just, and in any case, were the NDC people, you know, Alfred Ocansey also doing the same.
But it was a decision of the union.
No, it was a decision of the union. That's why people.
Let me say this. Let me say this. Let me say it's not supposed to be a banter. It has to be a guide. In going back to negotiate with the government 3 years ago against the duty payables at the shop, they raised this matter that because of the belief they had in the government, they reduced prices just to encourage the government.
Okay.
But it appears the government was not responding to their concerns. So as part of the negotiations, this matter came up.
I see.
Again. So it wasn't a fluke.
No.
It wasn't a fluke at all.
It wasn't. I heard it was right now to come up.
No,
I didn't Google, but
I'm saying that these are things that people say.
No. It
wasn't at that time.
Ocansey also
So at that time, you want to say that the NDC members, and there are also many in the trading space, and at that time that they had broken-hearted. At that time, they also came out and said,
but if the union says that
the union cannot control prices. No, we are not. Even this that I'm doing, I'm saying that it's an appeal. Because we are not in a price control regime.
Okay.
That I can give directives that people should reduce their price. My people, as you see them, They can even insult me.
No, we've listened to you, but I'm just placing these matters in context.
No, it's not true. Otherwise, it will negate all the efforts I'm doing here. People will bring politics in it, and it will help.
So
the cause. I'm doing something that is very genuine as a leader.
the assurance
and
is
so
that,
please let's not put.
The assurance is that we should expect.
We are not We are not doing politics at all. If you look at the trend of Guta, we even under the previous administration, they think that we are part that they lost because we talked. Yeah, I was always shouting and talking. But so we are not political. Please, I don't want that.
I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are.
Because we are not.
Okay.
Because we wouldn't tell people go and reduce your price because the party can.
Okay. Then let the record reflect that. What was supposedly said didn't happen.
It didn't happen.
Prices were never reduced.
What is not true is not true because you come to a market where you see so many NDC people, PWC people, whatever people, MPP people, jubilating that we've won. Come and take goods for free, jubilating. Sometimes when Hearts of Folk win, Accra supporters will say, hey, the ladies, we are here, everybody can come and take us. That doesn't mean they come and take them. No, I'm telling you the truth.
You see,
I want to put this to rest.
So the assurance is that we should expect prices to reduce.
Yeah, it's a must.
You can only appeal. If you say it's a must,
no. It's a must because of competition.
Okay.
I'm saying because of competition, if you do not reduce your price, the person who have gotten his price at a cheaper price is not going to wait for you.
Okay.
And said that because your price is high, I'm waiting for you and all that. So the forces of the market will be such that it will pull the prices itself. That's why I'm emphasizing on the sustainability and to sustain stability. You understand? Okay. If you're able to do that, that's the key word here.
Right. We've seen some sustainability over the last 6 weeks or to 8 weeks. The cedi trending upwards in terms of value. So I don't know how long
the market is responding, and then but please
the market
call
is not responding.
Call the manufacturers. You are talking about. Normally, you blame the importers. Particularly challenging you. The oil that you mentioned,
cooking oil.
The cooking oil is manufactured here, and the cement. Some of them. If the local manufacturers are leading, is it also not going to reflect? Why is the local manufacturing entities responding? Even they have to lead. But now the importers are showing the way. And I've told you, if you go to Spinters yesterday, John Awini, he was showing a list of items that have been reduced.
Okay.
Me, I'm telling you, some cables have been reduced for time. I can't open it.
Precisely. Fair point. Thank you. And while we round up on this, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah. Just a quick comment, right? Don't be too hard on the local manufacturers because they are really very difficult structural rigidities that allow them. For example, the VAT system works against them, so that if I have a process, I rather import certain raw materials than buy locally. So let's bear that in mind, that the local manufacturers are facing a difficult set of circumstances. The importers are
they also import as much as
you import, you buy, you sell.
The VAT affects all of us. They should respond. The blame shouldn't be put on the importer alone.
You made your point.
Yeah, but local manufacturers are not responding, and we don't find any reason, and we say that we import so much.
Joseph Bing.
And then they are here. They have all advantage.
Joseph, please.
And so we are responding, definitely.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, we've been talking today about a lot of the issues, and I want here, I think we have a few numbers to either back or challenge the issues. And we've looked at the real economic parameters as at 31st, and then as at 15th, which was 2 days ago. Of course, the cedi we've talked about extensively, and the cedi has come down from 14.69 all the way down to 12.41, an appreciation of anything up to 18%.
I see.
In terms of T-bills, now T-bills here show the change we're talking about the commitment of the government to reduce the cost of debt service, the commitment of the government to keep its expenditure under control. And you see that T-bills, which is the only way the government borrows, has fallen, as at the 31st of, it was 28.68% for the 180-day T-bill, which is our indicative rate. Now it has fallen to 15.78%.
I see.
Pardon? It has fallen down by negative 45%. Now, why this is important to all of us is that if the government had continued on its trajectory of high debt service, we're going to end up at a point where our debt will become even more unsustainable. Remember that there's even an argument today whether we are at the sustainable level or not. And that here is one of the underlying factors that's really showing there's a commitment to improve our circumstances. In fact, under dire circumstances, I'm sure you find this interesting, we could even have had another domestic debt exchange program.
Cash.
You see, cash. Yes, if we had kept this at this level and high, we could have had a point where we might have to cut our debtors again.
If the treasury bills rates were that high?
Yes, because remember, that's the only thing we are borrowing.
Okay.
And at 28%, 30%, it means for every year, we slap on another 30% in debt service bills alone. So we're heading for trouble. Right? And as they say, if you're in a hole, what do you stop? You stop digging. So at least there's been some definite improvement here. And these numbers show us and tell us certain things. Of course, these are not numbers that will reflect in your pocket immediately. These are numbers that will take time to show. But the important thing is that all these numbers are contributing to the drop in the the dollar rate that you're feeling. Those are the underlying effects that are giving us such a favorable outlook. There's inflation. Inflation is a double. It's not going down as fast as it should. Partly because remember that the numbers are reflected 1 month in arrears. So even though we're talking the 25th, these are numbers of 15th of May, these are numbers for March. And so the bulk of the CD's appreciation has not been reflected yet. And we're hoping that the numbers will show a greater impact from when this month's numbers are reported.
Right.
In any case, producer price inflation is coming down, and producer price inflation tells us what the producers are buying and what they're feeling, and it tends to mirror what will happen at a later date. So we are expecting. Can we just finish the previous slide? Can we go back to the previous slide?
Okay. You can flip it there yourself. Actually.
I can flip it here.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So this inflation, we're saying is yellow because it's not fully reflected yet. But at least the real numbers are looking better.
Right.
Yes. Can we go to? Okay. So let's see.
The next one.
Okay. So we've talked about this.
Yes.
There's obviously the Trump war.
Exactly.
That has affected all major currencies are depreciating. There's a fall in global petroleum prices, and don't underestimate that. The pressure on the cedi is less than it could have been.
Right.
And then, of course, gold is causing price increases. But if we were not committed to increasing reserves and using the gold board to retain the value, this benefit wouldn't have helped us. So it is, even though this is the external, the internal commitments of the increased BOG reserves, of the gold board commitment, and our commitment to hold down expenditure. That is why we are seeing this happen. In terms of the T-bill, of course.
You mentioned that already.
We've talked about that. It's the governor, it's the cost of borrowing, public expenditure, all that indicates. On inflation, right, the global environment, falling prices are going to have a huge effect.
Absolutely.
From the, because remember also, Doc, you were talking about the farm farm gate to market prices. Up to 60% of that is just transportation.
Okay.
So when our transportation costs come down, right, we are going to see that benefit come through. So that is good, right?
Yeah.
And then again, remember that in all this, there's a commitment from the central bank also to keep mopping up excess liquidity, to put a little bit more pressure. So we've had this situation where it seems like the central bank and the Minister of Finance are in discord, but it's strictly not true. Each one is doing what he's supposed to do within his mandate. So we have what I call harmonious
coordination,
balance. Now, in any case, let me tell you something. Today, one of the things that gives me hope is the fact that the central bank and the the governor and the Minister of Finance are not just linked to the hip and do exactly what the bidding of the political authority, because that is what cost us a 55 billion injection in 1 year into an economy where all the taxes and revenue we raised was 80 billion.
While we round up, yes.
Economics 101. Some of the inflation we are suffering today is the result of that.
Right.
So let's go on to the next slide.
And also add that 8 billion to check inflation, that put at 54.1.
Yes.
Round it up for me. Yes.
Yes. No. So and then
I think you've made that.
Here,
let's go to
right. The on terms of the risk, there's still some risk. One of the things that scare me a bit is the fact that it seems like our expectations have gone through the roof. Everybody thinks that, hey, it seems like we've quickly forgotten how low we sank
from the death fall.
And everybody thinks that things are not good to you. There are major risks ahead. Look at it. This Trump war is external. It could be resolved. It's not, there's no guarantee. If it's resolved, the winds could go against us. The dollar could stabilize and even appreciate. The increase in petroleum prices may occur, and then there could be a reversal of gold price increases. On this front, we need that medium-term bond to take place. The government is talking about coming back to give us medium-term bonds. In giving this current investor sentiment, they should, but there could be poor uptake. And if the commitment to restrain expenditure slips, we'll be in trouble. As for the elephant in the room, it is energy. Energy sector debt and the prospect of doing so again, and the fact that our energy sector bills are looming. I was glad to hear that there's been some engagement to try and find out what's happening. On inflation, petroleum prices are key, and also important to this is the fact that the cedi should be kept. This appreciation should be sustained.
Right.
Otherwise, we are going to be in trouble. And agric, from when I was in secondary school, many years ago, I suspect I might be the oldest here today. We've been talking about agric.
Science, actually.
Pardon?
Agric science.
Yes.
Agric science.
Yes, and we've been playing games. This time, if we play games, we will be sorry.
Thank you. Dr. Donfe, on a bit of the agric, I know it's an area that you look at the sustainability question as well. Why agric should be the focus, very briefly, and the risks of sustainability of these gains we are seeing in the city, briefly. Doc.
Yeah, thank you, Alfred, for bringing me back. And let me quickly say that in as much I do agree with most of what Uncle Joe has put out, I think I have a problem understanding him. When I was asking the question, what specifically the government is doing, the policy initiative currently that is driving the downward, performance of the dollar against cedi. And maybe in response to that, I heard him talk about the cutting T-bill and all that. I don't think that is accurate enough, because the last T-bill, government, what the government was seeking to rake in through the tables, they couldn't get it. And that cannot be a deliberate policy. You were looking for money, you didn't get it. How does that become a good policy? Again, he was talking about mopping liquidity, and on that, praising the current governor. I think the current governor is doing very well. He's trying to sustain what he came to meet. And if you talk about mopping liquidity, how is it done? It's increasing policy rate, so that in the eyes of the consumer, cost of credit is higher, and people don't run to go to banks and the other places to take credit or loans with it. Okay. And before the current crisis, policy rate stood at 13.5%, and because of the mopping up of the liquidity, that on that note you mentioned and praising the current governor, the old governor had to do that, and consistently and persistently, policy rate moved from 13.5%, it was before the crisis, to 27, even went up to 29 before they left it at 27. And so if a new one comes to move it to 28, and you think something, we have seen something that has never been seen before, I don't think you are being fair to, the old governor and all other people. Seriously, I have serious problem with that. And my brother, you were talking about the city, and then agriculture and all that. George, don't fail. I will be excited if one day I get up and I hear that city has become very strong, not because of all these underlying factors, but because we have deepened local production. Agricultural sector is working, so the rice importation has come down. Tilapia that we import from China, we have stopped, and we are producing it here. The toothpick, we use dollar to import from China, we have stopped. The moment you stop all these things, and you are able to boost local production through agriculture and, of course, the manufacturing sectors, if these sectors work really well, and then city becomes stronger because people are no more going out to demand dollar to go and import. That is where I will be excited, for a reason that when you deepen the local production, you are also creating jobs for your people. In the current scheme of things, if this trend even continues, and one day we get up to see that $1 is being exchanged for one cedi, fair, so imported prices will become very cheaper. In that case, many producers, because cost of production is always very high in Ghana, electricity, taxes, and all those other things, the producers in Ghana will stop production because they will not be competitive. And Professor Peter Korte made this point yesterday. Excellent economist, I love him so much. He made this point that yes, all that is happening, we need it for the interim. For example, anytime cedi gains strength against dollar, fuel prices come down, and it helps, inflation and the general welfare of the people. Right. But then the best way out, because there are two ways of keeping the strength of the cedi. What we are currently experiencing, or producing more to reduce the import and enhancing export. So if we begin to produce more, to push it to the global market, to rake in more inflows of the foreign currencies, and your city becomes stable. In that way, you are creating jobs, and when you are creating jobs, more people are going to pay direct income tax. I'm talking about income taxes. And government mobilization and revenue mobilization effort is going to get to the next level, so that we wouldn't depend so much on these laws that are, when it comes to payment and all that, we are always having a lot of problems. And so let us think so much about how do we deepen the local production, agriculture, and then the manufacturing. China did it in the 1980s. The whole China, a population of almost 1 billion, their total GDP was 191 billion. And so China was far poorer in the 1980s than we are today, because today Ghana, we are about 35 million with the GDP hovering between 75 to 76. And so Ghana, we are better today far than China was. But China aggressively decided to do what they call one area, one factory. They set up so many factories almost everywhere. And today, it is the biggest manufacturing at the country. You know, they created jobs for their people, and now they have dominated the global market. This is what we should be thinking of doing, not when we are not paying contractors, and because of that, the pressure on CD is easing, not when because prices of gold have, and then the prices have gone up. A year around this time, 1 ounce of gold was on the global market going for 2,300. Today it's 3,300. And so most of these things we can develop a country and then depend on what happens to what other people do. We must take bold steps to have absolute control over the economy. Right. And you can only do that if you strengthen your local production. We need to stop rice production. And when I think of a country 68 years old, we have land enough to produce rice to feed the rest of Africa. And we go to Thailand and the other places to buy rice. It is a shame. So let's, what are we doing? When the government begins to do that, those are the policies I want to hear those policies. What are we doing to cut, to boost local production, agriculture, poultry? We've been importing these chicken thighs, and when they get here, we eat it, we get cancers and all that, what are we doing to boost local production of poultry? Indeed. These are the things that we want to hear. And once the government begins to do that, I will be on the street to demonstrate to the whole Ghana that this government has been excellent, because this is what I've been trying for. Right. What do we do to boost local production, create more jobs, enhance domestic mobilization of resources, and then we get out of this entangled web of deception. We go up, we come down. I was saying that 2022, when 17 cities had to exchange for $1, and because of that year, before the end of the year, it had dropped to 10 cities. And immediately some people came out clapping for the then minister. Today we have people here describing the minister as incompetent because we couldn't sustain that gains that we made. Okay. It is important that we work on the local production, my brother.
I appreciate your thoughts on this. Thank you. And we're rounding up. We're going to the next matter.
Okay. So
briefly, 1 minute.
Let me. I'll go.
1 minute, quickly. Yes.
So it's very important that we take advantage of the gains that we're having. Is giving all the indicators a positive look. Inflation is going to toe down, and then the interest rate and all that. This is what business needs to thrive. Okay. And so we have to take advantage, like Prof was talking about, to use it to enhance our productivity. It's very important. Okay. Now, there are some economics that are coming to you, that will be coming to government with Hudius method and theories, and say that when the CD become too strong, it hurts export and all that. That one, it doesn't hold water anywhere, because in the global market your product have to be competitive. Thank you. Before you can access the global market, and that the 24-hour economy and all that, we need to turn our product to be very competitive. Okay. And all that. And
you made your point.
The stable currency to do that.
Now, so I said I'm going to do that 2 minutes, and then we're done.
Yes. I was struggling trying to appreciate what Dr. Domfe was saying. Is this what? That the governor is doing well because he's sustaining what he came to meet?
Yes.
What sort of English is that?
No, what's your point?
The governor came to meet a city that was hold on. Mm-hmm. A governor and a finance minister came to meet a city that was hovering around 17 cities. Today it is 12 point something. And you speak that kind of English? It's not sustaining what he came to meet. He's improving what the road that he came to meet. That's how he's supposed to put it. That is why we are commending the governor. We are not commending the governor, Governor Siama, because he's keeping the city at 16 point something, near 17. We are saying that he's doing well because what he came to meet
was bad. And now he's doing good with it. So he should speak like that. Second, is he saying that the NDC has no policy on agric in terms of the matters is raised about imported chicken and all that? The president says, I want to introduce rearing of chicken into households in this country, in Kukonkitin. You may not like the name, but the policy is so sound. Backyard farming. Yeah. Every family should have a hen coop and rear chicken for feeding and, if possible, for profit. This is a policy that I think you should be saying that how soon is this policy taking off? If it's taking off, what are the preliminary report on the takeoff of the policy? Okay. But he shouldn't say that there's nothing happening and therefore he's looking forward. It appears that when we announced the policies, he deliberately refused to listen and appreciate it. Then I think it's so unfortunate.
Well, that's also thank you very much. And that also leads us to the next issue. Earlier, I referenced Ivan. Joseph Obeng, I appreciate you coming. Thank you very much. He's going to take leave of us. Joe Jackson as well. Adam Senanu is the co-chair of the Citizens Movement Against Corruption. He's going to be joining us. I referenced the gold board figures earlier, showing up the gold reserves as well. But that leads us to the next matter that relates to the CEO of Gold Board. Just about a week ago, in that viral video, giving a gift of dollar notes to Agrada, which became a topical issue for the most part of the week. He apologized less than 24 hours after that. The chief of staff summoned him to the Jubilee House on Monday. He was cautioned, and Felix Kwatio-Fosu, the Member of Parliament for Brasebu Kwamanke's constituency, speaks for the government, Minister in charge of government communications, did indicate at the press conference 48 hours ago that government, in fact the presidency, has taken a decision not to take any further action because the apology has been rendered and the person at the center of this had acknowledged his wrongs. This is Felix Kwatio-Fosu at that press briefing. Take a look.
You would recall that in the immediate aftermath of the emergence of the video, Mr. Sami Gyamfi promptly issued an apology in which he expressed regret over the matter and took on board public concerns raised overseas. A day after that, the chief of staff summoned him to the presidency to learn about what transpired. The invitation was honored by Mr. Sami Gyamfi. He indicated to the chief of staff what his side of the story is, what explanation there is for what we all saw in the video. At the time, President Mana was out of the country, so he had to be briefed on the discussions held with Mr. Sami Gyamfi by the chief of staff, and he has been briefed. Now, the view is that to begin with, the presidency acknowledges Mr. Sami Gyamfi's immediate act of contrition and the acknowledgement of the need to express regrets over that incident. So that apology has been taken on board. You do recall that when President Mahama launched the Code of Conduct, he said that one of the remedies for any potential breach was a public apology. He also said one of the potential remedies was a caution from the highest levels of government. After the interaction with the chief of staff cautioned him, having acknowledged the apology he made, he cautioned him and impressed upon him to take on board public sentiment and act in ways that reflect public expectation. The chief of staff also took the opportunity to reissue the same caution that the president had sent to all appointees to be circumspect in their conduct. There may be things that may be commonplace in our private lives, but once you become a public official, you need to be sensitive to public expectation, and therefore that ought to guide the way that you order your steps. So in view of that, presidency does not believe that any further action ought to be taken beyond the apology and the caution.
So that's Phyllis Kwachofoso there. And in fact, after this incident and this viral video, there's been a number of reactions. And one that would highlight today is Professor H. Kwesi Prempre's perspective to this. He's of the view that this conversation and what is seen as a public uproar, is it because, one, a largely negative reaction to the incident is more about the identity of the person to whom the gift was given? That is, in this case, Agrada. Would our reaction be as condemnatory had the gift or donation been made to a school or congregation or a needy patient? Because we've seen it over time, that this is really, to many, not an issue, that politicians would give gifts openly to a congregation, and that is even reported, or to a needy patient, or to a school. Would the reaction have been different? And that fundamental question is what we're going to put out on the screen right now, and how this fits into these conversations. We have an Eden Sena, who is the co-chair of the Citizens Movement Against Corruption. He's joining us, as I indicated. Dr. Joseph Obeng, the GOTA president, and Joe Jackson, financial analyst, have taken leave of us, being part of the first conversation. Dr. George Domfe as well, and with all the expert input and analysis into this matter. Mr. Anu, good morning. Welcome.
Thank you.
Now, this decision and conclusion by the presidency, was it the one that you were expecting? How did it strike you?
Well, yes, I was expecting it. As I said, looking at the existing law and executive policy, which is what we'll call the code of conduct he had come up with, there was no categoric aspect that had been breached. And the video clip itself did not show that this was intentional. The man went into his car, was counting some money. Agada went there and went and even snatched the rest of the money. It was nothing of like a business transaction. It wasn't something that would appear that Mr. Jemfi was intentionally trying to flaunt the money he had or otherwise. So as the question I would ask myself was, is this something that legitimately I would assume that Mr. Sami Jemfi could have earned? And knowing his background, I didn't think that this was going to be something that was beyond his means. So, long and short, in my view, it wasn't going to be much more than a caution, which was necessary. I mean, I think it was very important that this was not trivialized, it was not swept under the carpet. What was done to say, come, give an explanation, and then the caution. So he gave the apology and the caution. That I thought was very important. What is clear to me is that the code of conduct, the one launched by the president, clearly has a lacuna.
What lacuna is that?
Because, I mean, one of the things you expect is that there should be some clause there, some part of it that talks about if you did anything that brought the government to disrepute, or if you appear to be living beyond your means, or if you took any actions that left the impression of a conflict of interest or of corruption. So in other words, in my view, you needed a clause that would categorically state that public officers should not take actions that would seem to appear to be in conflict, to bring them into conflict of interest or to raise issues of corruption, so that they are mindful of that. I think that that is necessary. Then you would have the situation where you are thinking through what I'm doing, could it potentially raise the appearance of a conflict of interest? Which is what I think this scenario was. This is the chief executive of the gold board. Is it suggesting that he may have used some of the money, etc.? So the appearance of a conflict of interest or the appearance of some kind of corruption is what you need to avoid. And I think that a categoric statement on that would be very useful to, as it were, upgrade the code of conduct. I think there's opportunity to do that. But much more critically, the Code of Public Office, the COPO, Conduct of Public Officers Bill, needs to be revisited, dusted, passed, such that then we have a comprehensive piece of legislation which 35 million Ghanaians can look at, and then if you are breaching it, we can go to court and say you've done something wrong.
Well, the code of conduct that was launched by the president is heavy on public officers receiving gifts and the limit to which how much they can receive in terms of monetary value and so on. That was a conversation last week, but very silent on giving. In what form should that review that you're talking about come? So that I mean, you don't want to appear to be attempting to regulate benevolence. You know, that's going to be a slippery path to take, is it not?
Yes, I think that when we say public service, there are some words that come up. Integrity is there, modesty is there, and as part of that, you are not supposed to live beyond your means, which means that every form of lavish or excessive spending or giving you need to avoid. So it's in that context that you cannot, as it were, regulate or legislate. But in terms of the thinking, in terms of the values that you must carry, these things will be there, that watch out for excessive spending, lavish lifestyles, because you are supposed to be serving the public. And they're going to be asking, is this consistent with what we are paying? Is this what we are paying for? You know. So not regulation, but at least in terms of the values that you carry along, that you espouse, said that you don't even raise the question. And that's the whole point of public service. Your attitude, your composure, your actions should not raise certain questions. And one of those questions is that, is he living within his means? Is what he's spending money that has been taken from a pot that he's not supposed to take from, etc. And you want to avoid that. So that's the real issue. The real issue is that in giving out the dollars, was Mr. Sammy clear in his mind? I mean, was he mindful of the fact that somebody could legitimately draw a conclusion that, is he using some of the money he's supposed to be, managing? I mean, a person of integrity definitely won't get involved in that, but it could raise those issues, and you want to avoid that. That's why it's important for those kinds of values to be held on to strongly, and as it were, reflected in all the actions of public officers. And it's good to have that in the code of conduct for them to keep in mind as they engage with citizens in the course of their functions.
Because the act of the NPP, for instance, had called for suspension and so on. Your thoughts on this?
No. What's the basis of the suspension? What law had he breached? What policy had he breached? And in fact, the only point that I thought we were trying to make some kind of argument was that it was a business transaction. And I said, which business which made such a major loss are they talking about? I couldn't see which part of that was a business transaction. The video clip was clear that the lady had approached him and then he went into his car. I don't see a business transaction there. I don't see any clear law or policy that was breached. However, in terms of being a public officer and making sure that you don't appear to be getting yourself into a position of conflict of interest and of any form of compromise or corruption, I think that is where Sami could have handled it much better. And hopefully, this will send a message to all those who have been appointed. The transition from private life to public life is one that you could easily miss. And I think that's what's happened. That in private life, if you are someone who's used to humanitarian, giving, you give. Nobody's going to question you. But once you get into public office, and especially at a senior level, you've got to be mindful of this, because everything you do must be promoting the public interest, which is first, solely public interest first and public welfare. And so your actions must be taken.
But would the reaction have been the same if the recipient of this was different? If the gift or donation had been made to a school or a congregation or even a needy patient? Because
I don't think that was the issue. I think it is really, when I analyze it, at least from where I sit, it's because of the specific role he has been given by the president as chief executive of the gold board.
But there are others who are even at higher levels than him who would do this publicly.
No, so I'm saying
the recipients are different in this instance.
Yes, I'm saying that for me, I think that the optics that was of concern is that the man has been giving gold board and he's giving dollars. I think that is where the disquiet, and I'm happy that it was mainly party faithfuls who started questioning him. In other words, we are seeing a certain transition where foot soldiers are saying, you know what, we didn't do all this work, get back into government so that you begin to embarrass us and take actions where we are not too sure where's the money coming from. For me, the substantive issue I found in interpreting the action of those who were commenting was that, listen, you are the chief executive of Gold Board. People are going to start questioning us and our party that where's the money coming from and so forth, and suggesting that you've compromised yourself. That's where I think the issue was. It wasn't so much because it was an agrada or if he changes to somebody else. I think it was the role he's been given by the president and the concern of many people that how could you get yourself in such a situation and giving out dollars, which we don't use as common currency in this country.
Well, Lamatubebo, I bring you in at this point because when all of this started playing out, and also put on record the swift apology, and then also the summoning by the chief of staff, and then the decision by the presidency, the trajectory of events till now, a clear signal of this matter being taken seriously, and then also a good action or reaction from the personality involved, plus the fact that you say this is an indication that governance has gone a notch higher?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, governance has gone a notch higher, okay? Because, it's beginning to show that we have zero tolerance for certain actions, yeah? And you see, just as Adam mentioned, even a lot of NDC foot soldiers joined in and were clamoring, right? Yes, so at the base of it, I mean, speaking raw, it just tells you that, citizens are beginning to clamor for better dividends from our democracy. You see, so for the foot soldiers, reading the comments, some of them were saying, oh, they had approached Sami Gyamfi for help and they didn't get same. You see, so that's their pain. So meaning that the resources were not being distributed evenly. That's the main thing. If you just open this, for the food soldier, it's about the even distribution of the resources. They didn't feel that it was equitable, and that's why HKC Prempe says that is the incident more about the identity of the person to whom the gift was made. You see, yes, because, Agrada is known to have at least, she's not poor. I don't want to put a categorical placement on her in terms of whether she's rich or poor. At least from what we see on social media, she's not poor. So for the foot soldiers who are very poor, what they're thinking is that, we should be taken care of first before Agrada. Well, it's a very difficult matter to deal with in terms of that distribution argument. But me, what I'm very certain about is that we just didn't give Sami Gyamfi a fair treatment on this matter. You see, you would see that it's more about a certain politics. You see, the MPP were quick to get off the blocks because they are looking for a case to equalize the Cicely Adapa problem. You see, that debacle. Yes, because Cicely Adapa had millions of dollars that she could not explain. You see the difference? Cicely Adapa had millions of dollars that she could not explain. She told OSP she had cosmetic businesses too. OSP investigated and found out that those businesses don't belong to her. Then for at another time she said the money, the dollars belong to the heirloom. Yeah, exactly, the deceased brother, right? Now, that one too, it turns out that it's not true because she withdrew from that story. You see, and that one, what we're using, the key thing for those who were quick to compare with Cicely Adapa is that the beginning legal presumption for the Cicely Adapa case is that in law, under Act 1044, the Anti-Money Laundering Act, right? If we see you work with income or any other form of property that is beyond your means, then the presumption is that you are into money laundering. Once it looks beyond your means, so ask yourself, what Sami Gyamfi counted, does it look beyond his means? They were rushing. No, you see, the MPP, they should take it easy, take it easy. You just lost elections badly.
It's not just to.
Well, okay, you lost election badly because you didn't know how to govern. You were overtaken by too much greed. We were here talking, telling you, hey, that's not how to do it. People were busy saying that we have problems with the president, we have problems with Fufuriata. You think if we see TV, we cannot tell. That's why you lost. So sometimes it's just good to keep quiet for a while. You see, even the silence itself, there's a lot of value in it. Just keep quiet. Leave us, there's still a lot of euphoria. And then, or if you want to talk, then it will be more constructive. But you don't go on a destructive path. Yes, Sammy Gyamfi held you to account. There was bad governance. That's what he did. So if he's counting a few dollars and that's what you want to use, you've taken a petition to Shrine. You see, if you wanted to sound or be seen as being objective, then you would have added one on Cicely Adapa. Or when the Cicely Adapa matter happened, what did you do? Those of you who are now speaking, the MPP leadership, what did you do about the Cicely Adapa matter? Rather, people joined in and were giving her all manner of, ridiculous defenses, which all they didn't check out, okay? So the key thing is that this Sammy Gyamfi man is, I can speak plainly because, look, I'm not a politician. The politicians will try to be very polite because they know some people will be offended. But it's better we do a very robust public debate. So I can do the robust debate because I'm not one. So that we don't create a problem. You should, in trying to resolve this matter, the cure should not be worse than the disease. So this money that you found, Sammy Gyamfi counted, let's begin to analyze legally. You see, Article 18 of our Constitution guarantees our right to privacy. And the word is guarantee. It's not the Constitution that even gave the right. The Constitution came and met that right. That's why they use the word guarantee. It's not given. So you are born with it. You have a right to privacy. Okay. So Sammy Gyamfi is in public, standing out with Agrada, that's Patricia Esiedu. But when you got to counting of the money, he entered the car. So the question you should be asking is that if you wanted to do it publicly, openly display opulence, what would have stopped him from reaching into the car, take the money, and come back and start counting? What would have stopped him?
Show it to the media.
Exactly. But the fact that the gentleman entered the car, sat down, and you see, watch the video again, you see that he turned his back. You see? Yes. So he wasn't being aware of any camera. You see, he turned his back. So you see that you see his back. He was turned and sought to count. And then secondly, you see Patricia Esiedu Agrada cover him. So it's not as if the door was left open. So those who said, oh no, once it's in a public place, that is there's no privacy, please. That's not the law. Let's slow down. Let's not run ahead of ourselves. It's the Supreme Court that has a final word on it. As far as I'm aware, there's no Supreme Court decision saying, you see how
the argument has been made, yes. That
you see how he's turned.
In the public.
He's in the car. And you see how he's turned. Do you see him counting the money even facing Agrada? No.
So you say that argument doesn't hold?
Yeah, so it's private. And somebody puts a camera. So my major argument is that it's a breach of his right to privacy. It's a breach. Please, let's not do this. And quickly, let's answer some other questions. People have gone to bring in the argument about criminal law. If two people are having sex in a car, in a public place, yes, that one, you see, that's a crime. If you had seen Sammy Gyamfi, let's say in the car, this same car argument, if you had seen anything beyond his income, so let's say I don't know his income, but at least stockpile like that. Once it's looking beyond, if you see beyond 100,000, yes, you can start making noise, and then the authorities will go into it. If he's able to explain, fine. If he's not able to explain, like Cicely Adapa, then it will go on and he will go to court. But counting a few dollars, you think I don't hold such dollars? We hold such that, lots of that. So please, let's not go and do anything that will create this is a problem for all of us. That's a few dollars. The Bank of Ghana, you see, a few days later came out with a notice. I mean, it wasn't directly on this one, but it's because Adongo made a comment that you can't even go into the bank for your dollars. And the Bank of Ghana brought a notice that no, over the counter you can go into your bank and take your dollars, right? So please, let's not take this out of context. We cannot regulate how much a public officer can give.
It's well, that's been another proposal that in the wake of this matter, because the code of conduct is silent on the giving by public officers, there should be, and you refer to Professor Ikesi, but he also goes on that path of recommending some sort of regulation to check the giving. The benevolence of public officers in public. Because what happens in private, as you always say, the 11th commandment is what?
That shall not be caught.
So what?
Okay, so let me just wrap up on the civil aspect of the privacy. Then we'll come to this. So please, under the law, Article 18, Clause 2, as I said, you will breach the privacy when you are sure that there's a crime being committed. So know that it's a risk you are taking. So as paparazzi or anti-corruption crusader, you think something is happening in the car, it's a crime, right? Or even not anti-corruption, but I mean, you are just an active citizen. You think they are having sex in the car or there's plenty money. Just know that it's a risk you are taking. So if you go in there, invade their privacy, and you don't find a crime, you open yourself up to a lawsuit. There's no self-defense as I thought it was a crime that was being committed in the car. No, so you have to be very certain. So the one people are mentioning that, but we say if two people are having sex in a car in a public place, it's against the law. Yes, it's a crime. So you think that is what is happening in the car. If you go take pictures and it's right, yes, you are the hero. You've discovered a crime. But if you go and take pictures and it's not, you are invading the person's privacy.
I see.
So let's be very careful. So it's a risk you take by putting your camera in somebody's car. The car doesn't belong to you. When we say, for the purposes of criminal law, when we talk about a public place, let me read the definition. A public place is a place that the public have access, whether they pay money or they don't pay money, but you have free access. Or a place where even if they don't have access, you go, it may be your home, but you do it at that part of your home where people standing from afar can see. Then in that case, yes, they are having access, right? So let's be careful.
In front of your gate.
Yes, and you are splashing money. And that one there, if you do it in such a way that somebody passing or standing from afar can see, then yes, you've constituted it into a public place. That is it. But in a car that Agrada has covered Sami Jemfi, one, and then number two, Sami Jemfi himself has turned. It's not facing any camera. He's not saying cheese into any camera, but he's further turned. Please, for me, I see privacy. Let's not rush. We're here when you put $58 million in a hole, the cathedral hole. Okay, the skies didn't fall. We're here when Akufo-Addo put $58 million into the cathedral hole. You didn't make noise, right? All the other profligate things you did here. So come on, give us some credit. To be honest, the press conference and all that, the minority, I felt insulted. It's just like...
It's well within their right. But you say the cure should not be worse than the disease. What's the cure?
So let me just read the definition of the public space, because it's very important. If we don't get that concept, then we'll come to the cure should not be worse than the disease.
Okay.
All right? Just public space. Look at it. Public place includes a public way and a building, place, or conveyance to which the public are entitled or permitted to have access without a condition of making a payment or on condition of making a payment, and a building or place which is used for a public or religious meeting or assembly or an open court, and acts are done publicly if, so they finish the definition of the public place, and now they're saying you do an act publicly if they are done in a public place as are likely to be seen by a person, whether that person is or is not in a public place. So this is the part we're saying, so even your house, if you do it in such a manner that somebody can see, then, right? And then, if they are done in a place which is not a public place, but are likely to be seen by a person in a public place. So please, let's watch. As I said, the emphasis for any analysis should be that it's a door of a car, and Agrada covered Sami Jemfi, and Sami Jemfi further turned his back to Agrada, please watch that, so that tomorrow we don't create a problem for all of us. You are in your car, and then people can just come in and start taking shots of you anyhow, when they have no probable cause, right? Now let's go to the second part, the issue of the cure should not be worse than the disease. So and then should we regulate how much public officers can give? It's preposterous. You can't regulate how much a public officer can give. You don't know his income. So rather, let's strengthen the asset declaration regime. So that's why we said when the public officers declare their assets, they should be made publicly available. So let's say with Samijin fee, yes, under the Act 550, that's the public office holders law, right? Declaration and disqualification law. CEOs of state-owned enterprises must also declare. So at this stage, then we would have known that, okay, Samijin fee has X, Y, Z. So when you see the quantum of money he's doling out, you would then know that, is it within his income? You may not be certain, but I know how the human brain works. Your suspicion will be triggered if it looks too much. You see. So the better solution is a stronger asset declaration law, so that we will know who is who. And then, depending on how much you are giving out, suspicions will be raised. Then we can report. But if you don't know how much the person is worth, and he's giving whatever, well, not whatever, he's giving a certain sum of money, it's not easy to suspect. So please strengthen that asset declaration law. Just last week, we're on it. Let's go on. The IMF says we should pass it as an act of parliament. And as part of passing that act of parliament, we want publication of whatever is declared. We don't want the asset declaration regime to continue as a secretive regime that currently it is, right? So that is where we should be looking at. But as for putting a seal on how much Honorable Dafemekwe can give a constituency, it's not possible. They pay fees. Honorable is here. They pay fees. They pay medical bills, etc. How can you put a ceiling? So if a constituent is going to school and needs 60,000, and let's say you put a ceiling of 20,000, so you're saying Honorable should not pay that fees? No, we can't do that. Rather, we should be interested in how much is Honorable Dafemekwe worth to be able to pay that amount. That is where we should, put our energy. That's where we should concentrate our effort. So please, I see that a lot of the time, we are not paying much attention to privacy. Maybe someday we should have a full debate on it, because people do, even pictures. We take pictures of people anyhow, then we post anyhow. No, you have no right. I mean, of course, those of us who come into the public space, politicians, etc., are an exception. But ordinary private Ghanaian walking on the street, you can't even take, he's walking on the street, but you can't take a picture of him without his permission. You can't. Unless it's involved.
Talks about the office.
Sorry? Yes, that's what I'm saying. So public officers, all right, in certain conduct, that's why I say yes, there are exceptions, okay, celebrities, etc. But I'm just showing that the concept of privacy, we seem to have just thrown it away. Anything, once it's a public officer, everything. No, it's not everything that goes. If the man is in his car, somebody has covered him. It's not like that the door has been left ajar and he has further turned his back to even the person covering him. Please, please, I don't want to do certain things that tomorrow we cannot defend. He has turned his back to even the person talking to him. Please. Then you can see there's an attempt to get some privacy.
Well, but just a quick one on this, because I need to stay on that asset declaration and the conduct of public officers bill, whether that would cure any disease as identified whatsoever.
I think that we should also strengthen the code of conduct, the ethical aspect of it. And there are two statements that I think are crucial for that. I mean, it's just to make sure public officers are led to this. The first part is maintaining a lifestyle that is commensurate with their incomes. That's part of what Martin is also saying. I'm saying let's emphasize it, let's consolidate it, that you ought to maintain a lifestyle commensurate with your income, which means that avoid any extravagant or lavish spending or giving or excessive purchases or consumption that could raise questions. Because once you're a public officer, all of us, you are serving us. Citizens have a right to question and to scrutinize what you are doing. So just avoid that. I think that's important. The second thing is avoid conflicts or perceived conflicts of interest. In other words, be mindful of how your actions or inactions could be perceived by the public, and avoid situations that could create a perception of some impropriety or bias, or that could you be misusing funds, etc. I think it's important to have that also clear, that just as much as possible. Exactly. Exactly. Just avoid potential perceived conflicts of interest. Think through your actions. Could it lend itself to an interpretation of impropriety or bias, or, you know? And I think if we codify that in the current code of conduct, and even in the COPU, it will help guide all of us. Having said that, I think the question of how the citizens corrupt our public officers, and as I was sitting, I was just thinking, shouldn't we have a hashtag, don't corrupt our public officers? There are more citizens than public officers, and we're always demanding weddings, funerals, lining up. My brother here, tell us, isn't it the citizens that are creating problem also? So hashtag, don't corrupt our public officers. We are resetting. Isn't that the case? You want to join the president's campaign. Don't corrupt. Hashtag. Or hashtag, live within your means. That is for all of us. And don't go asking for monies that they don't have. Because as
they have the right to refuse to give.
Oh, which is true. But I think that if we do not see that as a society, we are contributing to the problem and we are complicit. Because citizens are demanding. What made Agrada believe that she should go asking? In fact, if we were in secondary school, somebody would have come up with a key term, agradize, the root is this, the synonyms are that, you know, and would have been...
Find the square root of
it, and some songs. So let's also look at that aspect. The fact that, and don't forget, it dovetails into our political campaigns. I mean, the last time CDD said we are now looking at $150 million for a presidential campaign. I did some maths on it and I got 3.1. It means $3.1 million per month. If he wants to pay back, if anybody wants to pay back by the time the 4 years is done, every month he must find $3.1 million to pay back of his campaign. That's a lot of money. What is the most of that money going? The bulk of it is going to people who are asking. So how do we look at this issue critically and say, let's stop demanding? So it's not just about the public officer, it is also about the society that is collecting and demanding, whether it's weddings and funerals, and we need to look at that as well.
Well, and sorry, and Nasser Rosen, still on the matter of law, because Mensano and Lawyer Matipebo, they've both referenced the asset declaration, the conduct of public officers bill. We'll come to that bit, but to the extent that there was an acknowledgement, right, by the said individual himself, Samijin for himself, and acknowledging and apologizing. In talking about the cure not being worse than the disease, what are the specific and major takeaways that should guide the way forward in ensuring that some of these things are properly addressed, so that it doesn't, as it were, then repeat itself, lending credence to the suspicions of the perceptions that Sinanun talks about, of conflict of interest being real, apparent, or perceived, in those three levels?
Okay. We'll do the politics of it, we'll do the ethical aspects of it, but we'll deal with the law. And in law, I'm a student in jurisprudence. A crime is not a crime because society frowns upon it. A crime is a crime because, or an offense is an offense because a law says it is. Now, they've situated the matter squarely within the law. Where I like to bring perspective, where I think we should question or we should raise issues is whether Agrada has paid taxes on the gift she got. You understand? Yes, if we want to stretch the issue. Because Martin has eloquently dealt with the issues. but I'm speaking from the ethical perspective.
Okay.
You see, and I disagree with Sananu.
Why?
Because he says that it appears that people are upset not because of the recipient, all right, but because of the quantum.
Oh. No.
He said, he talked about the recipient as well, and the grassroots reaction.
Somebody else may have said that.
Okay, then I withdraw that. But when Sami, I called him, you know, in the heat of the matter, I called him like 5 times. He couldn't pick, so I knew that there were issues. I just wanted to engage him when the matter broke. It was at a funeral ground. And as I speak to you, we have our colleague, Mago. That's the acting CEO for Ghana Enterprises Agency. The father had died. A lot of party Star Wars and people will be at this funeral today. Party faithfuls will come. And when everything is done and party Star Wars want to move away, they will be approached by party people for, you know how it is. So people will give things, will give some money to people. If you analyze the statement Sami issued, apology he issued, and I posted on my handle on Twitter, I have about 66,000 followers on Twitter. When I posted the statement, it attracted over 130,000 people, and the comments were in the thousands. When you analyze the comments, see that the pain which comments also emanated, I agree with him, from NDC foot soldiers. The pain that they expressed was about the recipient, her conduct towards NDC before the elections. That's one thing I picked. So people were upset because she was the recipient. And to the initial allegation that it was $10,000, then it came out that it wasn't anything above $800. Even if you want to include the one she whisked from Sami. So by and large, less than $1,000. Okay, what's the equivalent of $1,000 in Ghana cedis? About 10,000 Ghana. Still, the perspective is that still,
it's
even
more
though
than 10,000 cities, but you let's make a point.
Oh, even if it's $800
about the figure or the amount.
Yes,
we can go back and forth on because there are different perspectives depending on what you're saying.
Okay, but the amount is important. You see, in the scheme of things, the anger of the people is also predicated on how much is involved. It's very important.
Yes.
So, okay, so officially, I hear it's $800.
That's what the recipient said.
Good. So, but that should be it. She got the money. She says that it's 800. So I'll go by that.
Perfect.
Equivalent in Ghana cedis, about 10,000, 11,000. Full soldiers who still would have been upset that Sami gave her that much.
Yes.
You understand? Yes. So it tells you that the recipient was so key to the expression of anger. Again, her conduct. You receive money from Sami, and the fact is that they've never ever encountered each other but for that day. So that was the first time of meeting. Sami is such a beloved figure in our national politics. I mean, Banan. So if you get money from such a person and you go and display it, it's a problem for me. You are causing disaffection for him. 3, the person who followed them with a camera into the car was intended to do this.
She signaled him.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh,
Look at the clip again.
Oh, okay.
She signaled him. She turned and did it. So that's why I kept saying, you need to pay attention. It's not as if you're set up. Go back a little.
Yeah. Then you are bringing a serious.
Watch her hand. Yes.
Oh, you are right. I never saw that beckoning.
Yes. I spent time watching it.
She actually beckoned.
She beckoned him, and then he moved from back to the front.
Yes.
So she
beckoned him. And
your analysis is perfect.
Yes, but she beckoned the camera guy.
It means
it was a setup. That's why when she finished. When she finished, she started.
She now displayed. She now displayed.
So I'm like.
So the video coverage may not have been sufficient. Now let me myself, put it. So, Martin, I think I feel his pain. You know why? We worked so hard for the NDC, and in government we are working so hard. You recall my incident in Parliament when I thought that the MPP were frustrating government business. I thought I should go and stop them
in the table,
in the chaos. I got punished. I got punished for trying to do good. That's the essence I want to paint. I got punished for trying to do good because the intention was absolutely perfect. Yeah. But the way I carried it out was a problem. So I got punished. Even though I got pardoned later. So Sami set out to do good. But perhaps, maybe if he had enveloped it, would Agrada would have opened the envelope. So sometimes we fall into this error of judgment as public. So I told Sami that this work, we all have to be careful, and it's a learning curve for all of us. We are still young in national politics, but it's a guide that tomorrow, I try as much as possible. Even funeral donations, we'll put it in an envelope.
Okay.
But even today, we are paying. We'll go and give donations. This thing that has happened, and Senano is right. We paid so much for donation, and it's also because the activities are not single activity. Yes. You have like 10, you have like 5, 6, 7, 8 funerals a day. And depending on even the size of the funeral, the donation also differs. When the funeral is small, the donation is relatively small. When it is big, you have to respond to the size of the funeral. So we pay a lot by donating every weekend, or especially on Saturdays and Sundays at church services. Even if you cannot attend, they'll tell you that, exactly. So even if you can't honor the invitation, send delegation with your envelope. So we must be guided as public servants, especially like I said earlier, as the NDC, we must consciously pay attention to these matters. Even if you want to make a donation, you wrap it. You envelope it, So I told Sami that, the pardon has come, so I want to actually commend His Excellency for that, because I don't know how we all would have felt if you were suspended or been dismissed. You understand? It would have
us too much.
Yeah, it would have been a big blow. So that's why I like your phrase that the cure must not be greater than the malady, the disease. So the pardon and the caution is fine. I was also suspended a couple of days, and I recalled and cautioned and all that. So now we are working. I'm very cautious as to what I do in Parliament now. Even if I'm right, I'm very cautious about how I carry my work and lead government business. So, Sami, you take heart. It's a learning curve, like we've all been told. And for all government appointees and for all public servants. And sometimes the person you set out to do good is the one who will set you up to. Yeah. That perspective too must not be lost on us.
But Honorable Dafomako, I think it's important for us to avert our minds to the fact that this appears to be normalizing.
Yes,
and
yes,
it's putting an unnecessary and unsustainable burden on politicians like yourself.
Yes.
So let's question it.
Yes.
Let's not
let me add this so that you can include it.
Yes.
We pay rent. We pay hospital bills. We buy coffin. We support funeral organizations and planning. We pay for burial. We pay for mortuary fees. We pay school fees. We pay for adorings. We pay for naming ceremonies. We pay for T&Ts.
I mean, how is that possible?
Yes. Because they will make the demand. And you are supposed, you see, as the leader, you are obligated to intercede. And the intersection comes
we are
in different
public officers. Alfred, I said hashtag don't corrupt.
So the point I want to support you is that in every As we are cautioning the politicians, you're also cautioning the society that the pressure they bring to bear on us.
Act and not normalizing all of this.
Yes, it's so important. And I think that all citizens should take note. We tend to point fingers. But clearly we have a conundrum here where it's a chicken and egg situation.
I agree.
The majority of us are the citizens. The public officers are a minority drawn out of us. The demands we are playing on our public officers is what is leading to some of the things we are seeing and complaining about. Can we put a halt to all these demands? Funerals, weddings, naming ceremonies, and all the things he's listed. We are normalizing it. And it is part of where we find ourselves as a society today. So let's rethink all of this. Seriously, let's have the hashtag. Stop corrupting the public officers. Stop demanding. To the extent that anybody sees you and because, oh, now you are honorable, honorable, then they start, it's like you must do something. Let's stop that.
Your boys are here.
Your boys are here. Your boys are on the ground. Do something. It is a very important part of what is going on. To the extent that we are saying that the presidential campaign is $150 million. And when we look at
you have disaggregated it.
I'm telling you, $3.1 million a month. Yeah. And then we have our MPs doing something like, 400,000 Ghana cedis equivalent or so, something like $80,000, And so let's not just begin to say, okay, Sammy's actions should be accepted and rationalized because he's gotten into the societal norm. I am just trying to say that because for all you know, all of you now think it's something you must do. Let's not help you to continue doing that. Let that message spread amongst all of you that let's stop this thing. Let's find out. Let's have a discussion on it and stop it. And not allow the citizens to compel us to be giving. And let's allow media to also, let's have this conversation. Let's not continue to demand because they don't have that kind of money. We are not paying them to come and be giving at funerals and weddings and naming ceremonies and paying scholarships and paying school fees. Where do you get all the money from? At the end of the day, it means that somebody must get themselves engaged in something that may not be appropriate in order to do these things.
You highlight the conflict of interest bit, and then also how this affects the optics. Will this outcome and decision change the optics of this particular incident in any way?
No, it will not. It does not change the...
For me, if you finish.
Yes, so let me finish.
You finish.
No, it won't. It is clear that the giving, and it happened in the car, we accept the legal legal implications that this was private, but it won't change the fact that you have a majority of public people who feel that this was not right. And it is mainly because what does the average citizen earn? You've said it already. The foot soldiers are thinking, we are not even getting this. This is not equitable, So why is it that today all of a sudden our politicians have so much money to give out and give it openly? That's not what it's supposed to be. That's not why we are putting you in public office. So let's not normalize that. Let's put an end to this. Let's have a discussion around it. Let's not convince ourselves that it is okay. I don't think that it takes anything away. Let's make sure these values are things that our politicians have and stand by, and not just that as a society. Let's stop the demands. And when we see people demanding, let's question them. That you're trying to corrupt the politician. That's what you are trying to do. Because at the end of the day, they will have to find ways and means to find the money to be given at every funeral, every wedding, and places they go. This is not acceptable. I am speaking on behalf of the ordinary citizen. I'm thinking, let's make sure that this issue is discussed. Let's make sure that our politicians don't think that they can continue on this trajectory, because as you continue, you are only harming yourselves, and the society is not benefiting ultimately as a result of those resources you are giving out.
I see, but what's the point of departure? Why do you disagree with this?
Yes, the point is that, you see, there's this funny perception about us in the NDC, that we don't give. And so this matter is going to compel all of us to not give at all, so that you don't run into problems. You understand? So, and it's a matter. No, hold on. No, I'm telling you. let's face facts. I like the ethical crusade.
But the group
you are
who gave,
waging.
see what happened to them. Those who are just giving, and living lavishly.
Again, I agree with you on this one.
Exactly.
Again, I agree with you on this one. So, we, like I said, we must be ethically cautious of how we package things. We package the gifts. It must, by all means, we must give.
No, don't keep packaging gifts.
Hold on.
The fact that you are transferring it into envelope before you give out to people to solve the problem for us.
No, but you cannot attend a funeral and participate in the funeral and announce your departure without making a donation. It is culturally unsound. I have to. Yeah. Maybe we are looking at the levels. If I
agree.
Yes, if you drop 100 cedis and you leave, I think that would be acceptable to you. I think your concern is about the levels, but not the fact that you attend a funeral.
You have to give something.
Yes, you have to give something. So your crusade against this is that is getting to obscene heights, and that is unacceptable to you. So we must consciously pay attention to giving moderately. Giving moderately. I think that's, if I appreciate what you are saying, I think that's all you are saying. So we'll pay attention to it, and then we'll see how we'll be guided.
I think it's also important to note that if you go on this trajectory, you lose more public confidence. You see, the NDC has come into government on the back of a certain baggage.
Yes.
And it is because citizens are hoping that a certain standard will be maintained. You know, there's a certain trust we have that
will be set and maintained.
Will be set and maintained. And
in fact, they hold us to higher standards.
Absolutely.
Honestly.
And that
they should hold us to a higher standard.
So let's not lose the public trust and confidence.
It's not part of this Sami problem. Honestly, because we are held to a higher standard.
Absolutely.
Yes. Yeah, you guys are more tolerant. So for you, everything goes.
Yes, on the point. And yes.
So let's make sure that the public perception does not begin to go down. And you know, your detractors will feed on things like this. Yeah. And we've seen it, even to an extreme, where people want to say this is money laundering, so and so and so forth. Some of them so ludicrous, you are wondering, did we actually have people analyzing what they are talking about?
That's what I'm saying.
You know, I mean, very ludicrous. But having said that, let's make sure that we don't create the platforms and opportunities
for this
exactly, exactly, because then you lose the capital that you have come in with too quickly, and that's not what we need. We want to make sure that we have a 4-year term where we can reset properly and get things seriously on track. So please, let's make all these efforts intentionally, working together with and consciously working together with civil society and media, so that we can make sure that the agenda is completed.
Okay, but let me bring in Professor P.J. here. He is an associate professor at the University of Ghana School of Law on this particular issue as well, because you argued from the perspective of the law. Adam said, I know highlights the ethics of things and the fact that this cannot necessarily be business as usual. Something certainly has to change, something has to give. The approach and the response, and also what has to be done in terms of the corrective mechanism, has to be thought through, especially taking into consideration the public perception of this particular incident as well. Professor Pejetia, with all the sequence of events till this point, and then also the position as taken by the presidency on this particular matter, taking into consideration as well the demands that not just the NPP, but you heard others also make of what should have been the outcome of this particular investigation. How does all of this strike you?
Taking it, and it looks like they are overstating the obvious, and by trying to create some sort of political equalization and comparing the Sami Gyamfi incident with the Cecilia Dapa incident. But my view is that if you so do, it's as if you are comparing apples with bananas, because the scenarios are different. In the sense that in the Cecilia Dapa incident, we know that they actually found large quantities of money in her storeroom and so on. and OSP had to come in. Of course, in the end, she was cleared. But I think that they are saying that in the case of the NPP, the Nana Akufo-Addo would have initiated a commission or some process to look into the matter and come to a conclusion, which we all know is false. And so, at least based on these two grounds, I think that they were trying to create some sort of political equalization here, and so as to paint the picture that you cannot, even their situation was better than the Sammy Gyamfi situation. And the fact that they're also linking it to money laundering and so on, I'm not sure they have reached that, the situation has reached a stage where you can actually conclude that the money laundering situation has arisen. And so that is why I think that the NPP is going too far. And in any case, I also feel that under the NPP regime, they did worse things in the sense that there was a case of state capture. And under state capture, we saw clearly that the government was not in control of affairs. It was in a state capture situation, we have where partly we have a hybrid form of governance where the government in power doesn't control everything. When decisions have to be made, even laws that have to be passed, they have to consider the interests of certain elements who may have helped finance the political party in various ways, especially during the periods of campaigning for political office. And so in that situation, that state capture issue, of course, it hasn't gone away. It is still with us under the NDC period. But for something that is an ongoing process, it is not to be wished away by the NPP cannot dissociate itself from it completely, and to say that this is the situation, they think they are in a better position what is that is to say that Alfred, sorry.
Yeah, Dr. Pejetia, yes, we'll rectify that connection to you. But Mr. Anu, you wanted to make a point quickly on what he was saying, and a reference he made, which you nodded in agreement to. But Ken Kumsin says, good morning. This is not a contest between the NPP and the NDC. It's about perception, as Edemson Anu said, and that is what you must win. That is the real fight. Exactly my point. That's Kenneth Kumsin.
The amount of money being spent on all these political things just leads and exposes us to state capture. Because, I mean, who has the money to fund you? Then begins to call the shots. Yeah. And we need to wrap our minds around that once we monetize all of this, then anybody, internal or external, says, oh, I'm available to provide so much for you, I'll fund this and so and so and so forth. And then that person begins to call the shot as to which policies, which laws, what you put in place or not. And that's a big risk. Okay. And so we should look at what is going on and understand that these are things that we should be very circumspect about, and not just assume that, oh, it's okay, it's just the politicians doing their own thing. There are real dangers we are exposing ourselves to as a nation when we continue with this trajectory. And we need to come back from normalizing it. Well, this one here says, great panel, great conversation since morning. You must reset with accountability also in mind. And I hope that Edemson Anu would highlight this. It says to Roxin Dafia-Mekpo. This is coming from Dr. Tian Asante. Thank you. This one also here says, good morning. My greetings to you and the panelists. Tell Honorable Dafia-Mekpo that they should tell the transport minister to take advantage of the fuel price decline and the city appreciation to engage the transport unions to reduce transport fares. This will also have another effect on prices of goods and services. You say, thank you very much for your message this morning.
And then also I have one from Togbi Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo. Good morning. Says this new government is still in its early days, has made commendable efforts to give young people opportunities. So the young people must also be very cautious of their actions, which raises questions about judgment. The receiver's actions, in my view, seems manipulative and trickster-like. Given the circumstance, I strongly believe Sami should prioritize setting a positive outlook and consider in the decisions that he takes as well going forward in the public domain and maintain public trust. Thank you. This one here also says that, Alfred, please, who creates the pressures on the politicians? Let's look at their campaign messages and some of the things they say to people. Are they not paying the price of what they themselves say? So no one is corrupting them, but they themselves through their utterances to win a vote. This one here says, kindly share with Senanu that when your brother comes from abroad in a simple and not high-pitched life, you are naturally discouraged to even over-expect anything from him. The message should just go to the politicians. They are from the society and the people knew them before power and after power. They possess enormously what an average citizen could work for. I think the message is clear on this. And this one here also, quite a number of them. So it says, if you want to present a donation, why can't you envelope it and donate it to the bereaved person? I think it's a question to something that you said earlier. That is Nelson Roxon Dafiamekpo. This one here also says that Dafiamekpo's point is very well noted about this, and acknowledging that something was done wrongly is where my view is, and the corrective measure as well. We all learn from actions going forward. It says, Martin People's position. Okay, so this one here from Ecole Goodman says, good morning. Martin People's position that the cure should not be more than the disease is right within context. I think that we should also be looking at the asset declaration law. The potency in addressing some of these matters is high. Obviously not in its current form. It has to change. Maybe the Conduct of Public Officers Bill should be where we look at. And he asks a question. I want to find out from Nelson Roxon Dafiamekpo when government would commit to passing this into law.
If I may respond quickly, the president himself hinted at it when he launched the code of conduct for his appointees, and said that as soon as we are returned to Parliament from the 27th, the AG would bring a bill.
Okay.
And so my senior brother Senanu should be rest assured that when that bill comes, in fact, I have a copy of the old one that the previous government attempted. Okay. They came for pre-laying. Okay. So I have a copy. I know the text. Yes. Oh, then I want a copy. But they couldn't prioritize it, so it got caught up with the fluxion of time. Okay. And I think that work is detailed and good enough for us to start some preparatory work. Yes. You can ask. We just want the verification. We want the verification publication. Yes. No. Okay. They tried. That I'll give it to Dami. He tried to do that. It was even featured in the bills that were to have been passed. Okay. So.
They say it's world class. That's what Kufuado said. He said world class.
The content. You see, they borrowed from. There are a lot of materials on this thing, so it's not. Once you borrow well, you can craft.
Commendations to the former AG.
We have to read the content.
I have to read the content. I have to be very frank.
No, but you see, when Nelson says it, you can believe that.
I have a copy.
But we will still look at it to make sure.
You know, we've been trying to even hold a forum with Senor Hosi before. Yes. Exactly. So when they heard I wanted to do a private members bill, they quickly, but they couldn't prioritize it. So JM is so focused on getting it done, especially with the launch of the code of conduct. So once it comes to the chamber, I can assure you that I even suspect that we may want to do this under certificate of urgency. I'm just surmising that.
Yes, because it's important.
Yes. And Speaker is committed. Because Speaker himself has developed a code of conduct for MPs.
Good.
You understand? Which is a booklet for every MP.
Thank you very much.
The government is committed. It will be done.
Thank you.
Thank
you for the message, the response to the message. Of over 2,500 of your message. I acknowledge all of them. Thank you so much. And I'll read more of it when we come back from this quick break. Let me remind you as well that we're live on 3FM 92.7. Also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook. We're live as well on the Voice of London Radio in the heart of the city of London, and also Voice of London TV as well. So thank you very much for the messages from the people watching out there. Thank you. And then I was clothed as always this morning by Cobra Clothing. It's the best version of you. You can locate them on the Spintex Road, 18 Junction, for this outfit and many others you've seen me wear on Key Point. They are opposite the Allied Oil Filling Station, ground floor, same building with the Ghana Made store. Call them on 0244 238 341, 0244 238 341, or you can send them a WhatsApp on 0500 9099, 0500 9099. Choose Cobra Clothing, choose right. We're back shortly after this quick break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Key Point on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, and on DSTV channel 279. We're all across the world on 3news.com. There was a notification from the presidency this week that the 5-member committee that has been set up, the work had already begun, and they looking to the petition against the Chief Justice. The hearing on those petitions began 48 hours ago. In camera, we are not to see and know what is happening there. But how is the process going to be like? How is the coming days really going to be? And that's why I think people, knowing the details of Article 146, 6 to 10, and the setting up of this committee, how the work has transpired till now that they've started their hearing. How's the hearing going to be? Even though we're not going to see what is there, you have an idea of how the things are going to play out?
Yes, because of the system, the model we use in Ghana. Okay. You know, each country has its own model for doing investigations and trials. Oh, well, in actual fact, what we call the court trials, they are also a form of investigation. So you see lawyers go into court, you are putting it to the person, the witness in the box. It's also a form of investigation. So investigation is not only when the CID goes to check the premises, etc. The whole courtroom thing, what happens when the witness is in the box, it's also an investigation. And sometimes even not the witness, what you write on paper, you present to the judge, your colleague also presents it, the judge reads through, then tries to see where the truth lies and the rest. They are all forms of investigations. So based on the fact that when it comes to getting facts, okay, try investigating a case to get out the facts, the main method we use, that is the witnesses in the box, and also they filing witness statements, okay, is one that would readily be used by the committee, because that is what we use in Ghana. So like what you see, you remember, let's use the popular one, those days when Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was in the box, the 2012 election petition. So you see that he went into the box, but before then they had the pink sheets arranged, all those things. Good. So now what we do is that before the witness goes into the box, he writes everything down. Okay. Yes, the 2012 one, we're using all of that. They did an affidavit, actually, so it's close enough to the current one. They did an affidavit where they wrote everything they wanted to write. Yeah, so it's virtually like what we are using currently. So you write down everything. Of course, when I say everything, I can't go into all the rules, but the case you've already presented, that's the petition. Write down everything based on your petition. That's not the time to now go and invent new things. No. Each petitioner presented a petition. So when we say write down everything in your witness statement, you are largely bound by what you said in the petition. So now add, what do you call them, exhibits. If there are documents, pictures, any other forms of document, you attach them. Exhibit 1, Exhibit 2, Exhibit 3. You are taught how to do it. If you're plaintiffs, that's a petitioner. Petitioner will usually label them as A, B, C, D. Then the respondent, that's if it gets to the Chief Justice side, they would use 1, 2, 3, right? So that's the witness statement system that we use. So you write down everything so that when the witness goes into the box, he doesn't spend a lot of time recounting everything he has already put in the petition. As for what you put in the petition, it's been read. So there's no use going to the box and regurgitating everything. So put it on paper, attach your exhibits, etc. Okay, then once that is done, the witness sends a paper, that's a witness statement. In 5 minutes, it's usually adopted. Of course, if he attaches certain papers that maybe if they are concern national security information that the other side objects, or some other documents that the other side objects, it can take time. But with our objections, in 5-10 minutes, the witness is done, because he will just be asked, are you the one who wrote this statement? You say yes. Look at it. Is that your signature? You say yes. If you authenticate your signature, then say, okay, what do you want to do with it? I want to give it to the committee as my evidence in chief. So that even if you have 30 pages, 40 pages, in 5-10 minutes it's done. That's why I say, assuming there are no long arguments that, oh, you attach this document which is a state secret or some other objections, right? Then after, the Chief Justice lawyers will now cross-examine that witness.
I see.
Cross-examine, that to say, the cross-examination means they would state the Chief Justice's case. They will ask questions that will seek to make the witness agree with the Chief Justice's case. Then, apart from that, they also ask questions about the credibility of the witness. Did you see with your eyes? I mean, any of the senses, nose, I mean, ears, etc. Right? So when they are done with that for every witness, of course, there is also the area of re-examination. So just briefly, maybe if the witness says something that's confusing, the lawyer who put him in the box, that's his own lawyer, will come back and re-examine. There's a popular example they teach in law school. Let me use that one. Assuming the witness said, I saw it at 6 o'clock, and didn't say whether it's AM or PM. So the lawyer will come back and said, you said 6 o'clock. Is it AM or PM? And then that's it. So the re-examination is usually very limited. Very, very limited, okay, for confusing answers.
I see. There's been that publication you see on social media that the Chief Justice, according to those comments, had reportedly refused to appear before the committee. Does she necessarily have to be there in person?
No, she doesn't have to. It's not compulsory. It's the case, and also let's remember this. The first day of the hearing, remember in interviews that are granted, they were not going to start the actual hearing. So sometimes, depending on the business for the day, if you have something more pressing, you may not go. So that day, as I said, it would usually be for case management, the first day. So you see, that was the first day the committee was meeting those people. No, the first day it would be unlikely that they say, yes, Shining Star, Thompson AJ, go and enter the box and start talking. Or Daniel Ofori, yes, enter the box and no. They will set ground rules. That's what we call here, for lack of a better term, let's call it case management rules. They will say, okay, you go and file your witness statement. You do this. And also remember, there are 3 petitioners. Each one is a separate case. So that first day, they will now decide that out of you, the 3, maybe we'll start with Daniel Ofori, or start with Thompson AJ, etc., or Ayamga Akolgo. So all those things would be done on the first day. So the non-appearance of the Chief Justice on the first day, for me, it's normal. We do it in court. Sometimes, let's say the witness, your witness is the client is a doctor or even a teacher. We don't wait. Yes, has to go and teach children in school. Then it's a lawyer. But this first day, what is the business? So when you describe, say, oh, so meaning for me, myself, I only get up and say, yes, my lord, you know, when the case is called. Yeah. That's all. So lawyer, I won't talk for the rest of it. Say, yes. Let's say, oh, but I have children to teach. So can I go and teach? Then, I mean, so that a subsequent day when I'm needed in the box. So sometimes you can even send another person to even represent him. So let's not make too much about the non-appearance of the Chief Justice in the... No, let's not do that. It's not... Oh, sometimes you don't even send a representative. They don't go. Of course, it shows respect to the court, and it's encouraged that if you can't go, you send somebody to represent you. But a lot of the time, we are not able to comply with that, and the judges accommodate us. They accommodate. We are grateful for that. So let's not make too much about that non-appearance. Okay. Yes. So we're going to. So as I mentioned, the 3 cases. So it means that they all can't be heard the same day. Right. This is going to stretch. I don't even see how they can finish this in 3 months. It's not possible. Really? But there are 3 separate cases. So let's get this clear. Let's say, I think the most voluminous one is Daniel Ofori's own. If you look at Daniel Ofori's own, a lot of the stuff he says, some of them he wasn't present. So you see that he will need those people to come and testify. So if Daniel Ofori is going by his petition, strictly from what I have read, my experience as a lawyer, Daniel Ofori will need not less than 5 witnesses. Not less than 5. If you talk about those people who say they were unjustifiably dismissed by the Chief Justice, etc. No, so it's those people who have to come. Daniel Ofori was not lawyer for them. Even if you are a lawyer, you are not a witness. So you look at his petition again. Ofori can't have less than 5 witnesses. Unless maybe he decides that he's abandoning some of the things he stated in the petition. Right. But if you're going by the petition, you see a lot of the stuff, he wasn't present. He can't testify. He doesn't have personal knowledge of them. If you look at the laws that we use, Section 60 of the Evidence Act, general, apart from expert opinion, when it comes to facts, you are saying something happened. If you say something happened, and also apart from hearsay, we're not going to hear, you must perceive one of the 6 senses: smell, sight, ears, 5, and they are not 6. So which one? I've added one.
There's a 6th sense which is not intuition is a 6th sense.
Okay, thank you.
But
okay.
you deal yes. Anyway, yes. Proceed. Let's conclude on that one. Indeed. Yes,
thank you. Okay. So if you've not perceived one of the senses, then generally there is hearsay. But yes, there are exceptions and it's weaker. So you bring the primary person who perceived with one of those senses, so that person is in a stronger position to be able to answer questions under cross-examination. So Ofori will testify, even Ofori himself, and the petitioners will, let's repeat, they are not bound to testify themselves. They can just come and arrange witnesses throughout. Okay. So Ofori can say, no, I'm not going to testify, my witnesses will do everything, and then he will line them up. And then Chatuchikata, Tadiosori, they would see to all of that. So each of the witnesses will enter the box, give their witness statements, and then be subject to cross-examination. And when they are done, as I said previously, if there are any confusing answers, their lawyers will come back and do re-examination, right? So when they are done with that, then the next thing is for the CJ. So because the CJ's lawyers will be cross-examining all those witnesses, when they are done cross-examining, they will determine whether, based on their cross-examination, the Chief Justice should testify herself or call other people. That one, let's use a famous example. You remember the election 2020 petition? Jean Mensah didn't testify. Based on the cross-examinations they did, they were very confident that the NDC hadn't made a case, so she would not testify. So you see that, So the same way, when they are done, the Chief Justice and her team will make a determination whether she should testify or not, or whether she should even call other people to testify. Then, so if they do, then Tadiosori and Chatuchikata to cross-examine them, and then at the end, they will address the court. The addresses are simply analysis. You write an analysis to show, okay, when the first witness came, this and this and this he said. He stood strong at the end of the day. They couldn't, doubt his integrity. They didn't demolish his evidence. Then the second witness. So you analyze everything with cases. You quote, this case says this case says that. So that's the address. For each of the cases, that's the 3 petitions, the lawyers will file addresses. That's why I said it's not possible to finish this in less than 3 months. It's too much work.
Interesting, because the release did not put a time limit to this. They only indicated that it has started. And you're saying it's based on the 3 petitions and what you do know. It's not possible in the next 3 months this will be done.
Yeah, you can't finish. You can't finish. It's too much work. No. Lawyers will tell you, even to do the analysis alone, usually we take average of 1 month. The analysis alone, it's a lot of work because it's like a book. You are analyzing everything that's happened. Of course, every material fact. This law says that. Of course, going forward, I can see that with H. Kwesi Prempeh at the helm of affairs in the Constitution Review Committee, they will put timelines, like the way now we've done for the election petition. Then, yes, so based on that, then it means that when you start a CJ removal proceedings, it means stop doing every other thing. Yes. So that one, yes, day in, day out. But even that is going to be a stretch. But definitely I can see that in the new constitution we'll have some timelines.
Thank you. Now, this one from Reagan says, good morning, Lawyer Martin Kwebu and Ross in the film will always teach us what the law is. He says the law is the law. Thank you. And that leads us, a number of you also saying that you slept in darkness, you want to find out what's going on. That leads us to the next issue about the ECG. And let me apologize, Ben Boachi was to join us. We've been trying for the past 30 minutes to get through to him. He is having to attend to another pressing issue this morning. But Nelson Roxanne Daffy-Amikpo has been sitting through this entire engagement by the Energy Ministry and then the players within the sector at Peduase, where they are having this engagement. The Energy Minister gave a gloomy picture of the energy sector as we speak. This is John Jinapo a few days ago. Take a look.
My honest assessment, and this is very honest, and I did say this even before the elections, that whoever won the elections was going to have a very tough time dealing with the energy challenges. Because last year alone, government spent over 24 billion cedis in energy sector, either you call it subsidies, under recoveries, or shortfalls. This year, it is estimated at over 30 billion in terms of the shortfall. Yesterday, we had a session with the finance minister, and a lot of the people here were there. We require about $1.1 billion to procure liquid fuels alone. Unfortunately, and the PRC is here, the liquid fuel is not part of the tariff structure.
And that's where the problem is. Based on, Mr. Daffy-Amikpo, I'll bring you in. This submission by the Energy Minister in front of you 2 days ago at that hearing, that the total, and we'll put that on the screen right now, the total energy sector debt is over 3.1 billion.
Yeah.
And this is excluding the cost of fuel.
Yes.
And then the next,
Yes.
it says the IPPs are owed 1.7 billion in excess.
Yes.
That's the independent power producers. And out of them, Car Power, over $400 million, they threatened to shut down their plant. You've gone to speak to them. They say they will not. So what did you tell the minister and the players? What is going on? What's the next phase? Please.
Now, we need to understand the structure in terms of energy vending in the industry. Now, Senanu, we have independent power producers who produce power and sell to government. And they sell that directly to ECG on behalf of, ECG receives it on behalf of government to vend. Mm-hmm. Now, the transmission of the power is the responsibility of another entity called GRICO. So aside from the independent power producers, we have state power producers, such as WE and VRE, and Tico Taka. So some are hydro, some are thermal, and gas. Now, of recent inclusion is solar. So as we speak, WE has added to its hydro generation 55 megawatts of solar generation. And it's a PPP arrangement between WE and a private entity. But they have a 15% share, equity share. The solar farm is located on the water. Mm-hmm. That's one of the brilliant things they've done. They have another solar farm in Yendi that is also contributing. So they are expected to add in all by 2030 about 150 megawatts. So WE is doing well. Because obviously they are learning from VRA's mistakes in some aspects. VRA itself has also perhaps seen what WE is doing. So they've also decided to add solar mistakes in some aspects. VRA itself has also decided generation. Mm-hmm. So mainly hydro in Abuazi and Takrady, yes. So they are also projecting to add 100 megawatts from Pualugu.
Okay.
And Pualugu, yesterday, Kenzo indicated that they should finish that by next year, by close of next year, which is quite remarkable. not the Pualugu Dam, but solar farm. So when I heard Pualugu, I say, is that the dam? I say, oh, no, it's solar. So that's the distinction. So it means Pualugu is likely to become a very serious energy hub if we add the hydro to it.
Wow, that's great.
Yes.
Yes.
So the energy mix, the producers are doing well. The problem, however, is with Greco and ECG. Greco is struggling with transmission because some of the transmission lines are obsolete. For instance, in the Volta region from Asiekpe, which is like the hub of the distribution center, that's the transmission center. So when Asiekpe comes, the whole Volta and Oti, we have problems. There's one in Denwe and Aflao, another transmission line, but it's not as major as Asiekpe. And they tell you that the transmission line from Asiekpe to Ho and the surrounding village, like to Peve, was transmission line left by the Germans for us.
Wow.
So old. And I hear 69, but the current one that they are supposed to use is about 150. So now they need so much money to even change. So ECG boss yesterday told the committee that they've agreed with Greco to at least change the transmission line, the 69 between Asiekwe, which is Mafi Kumasi, to Ho, to transmit the bulk where the pressure is. But when it gets to Ho, they can do the distribution. So they don't have to change between Ho and Peve for now. So that is, all this costs money. Now, when it comes to ECG itself, which is supposed to vend the power and pay all the other producers, we have a problem. Because nearly all the off-taker agreements put ECG at a gross disadvantage. ECG, the cost of producing 1 unit of power, it's like 10 cedis. But they are vending at 7 cedis. They are not even breaking even.
Wow.
So from the word go, ECG will be operating perpetually in debt. So if you don't add good governance, corporate practices to it, then you are in a mess. And that's what has happened. Because over the years, ECG has been racking up this debt, just trying to vend power to us. And nobody pays the
There's a shortfall of 2 billion cedis every month, and the projection of about 30 billion to make up.
Yes, because the unit cost of producing a unit of power is say 10 cedis. I'm just trying to break it down so that the ordinary man will understand. And they are selling that unit of power to us at 7 cedis. So from ab initio, you're operating at a loss. Then there are administrative expenses. Then there are other costs. For instance, the minister complained, and nearly everyone around the table agreed that if you go and procure, if you engage in whimsical procurement practices, some even bordering on fraud, if you go and procure things that you don't need, for instance, in the next 10 years, and yet you paid for it now, or you procure the things today and incumbent future earnings, which won't come anyway because of the way you are operating, then you are perpetually sinking the company into debt. Even with the introduction of good corporate practices, trying to cut down costs from other areas, it's not reflecting. So it's a big headache for the new MD, which Mr. Kwekpena. So what were some of the things we said? We said, okay, what about the meters? Because the meters are supposed to help you generate revenue. One of the things he highlighted was that some of the meters that they have, or they procure before he came to Mint, the meters are supposed to be, we use the term, modern meters. So when there are tariff adjustments, the meters are supposed to automatically respond to the adjustments. But then a lot of the meters don't. The meters don't communicate. And he cited the issue of network, but I'm told that it's not about network. It's about the nature of the meter that they procured. So, according to him, some of the meters are still charging rates that were applicable 2-3 years ago because they've not adjusted. So again, revenue losses. The other revenue loss that he hinted is that if he had its way, he will go for postpaid meters. People don't like it because they think that it takes a lot to install or operate because you have to be reading and all. But it makes more economic sense because it costs less. It costs him about $130 on the average to get a new prepaid meter. Mm-hmm. But the postpaid costs less, like between $25 to $30. But it helps with the revenue generation because that you are assured. If the person doesn't pay, you cut him off and you go after him for your money. Yes. But the new modern meters that prepaid will go for, they are not communicating and responding to changes because they are supposed to be communicated to from their strong room. Mm-hmm. Communication is not going. So the meter is out there supposedly to be a smart meter, but it's not acting or levying smartly. Mm-hmm. So you have bills racking up that are not coming to the agency.
The private, so for you, you said privatization is a no-no for you. Mm-hmm. How about private participation in the operations of ECG? 1 minute.
1 minute. Before we go there, let's restructure ECG. It's about bad management, the TV3. The key thing is TV3. We said the procurement, something that's 1 CD, ECG will buy 10 CDs. You've seen the container procurement.
And
it's TV3.
And not utilized.
Exactly. It's TV3. The thing is TV3. If we would allow, yes, if we would allow for the right thing to be done, a lot of ECG's problems will be solved. It's TV3.
Okay.
That's the main thing. So restructure, let the procurement be transparent, let not people keep padding. This one will add this percentage, then the next person adds the percentage, then the other one. Then you see the cash water mechanism, or cash water for mechanism. You see there are secret accounts. They didn't disclose all. Baumia and Kufuado, and then the former MD, they were hiding the money, and later said hiding the money is not a crime. Can you imagine? I hope Ora gets in there.
I have a question. I mean, in the analysis, was there any consideration on, I'll call it ghost names, people who are enjoying power but not paying, and what percentage of the database does that constitute? Because in my mind, the gap you're having between the actual cost and what they are discussing at 7, yes, probably is also a reflection of, if you had those numbers, yes, maybe the shortfall will be addressed. Yes. So how much more effort to flash out?
Respond to that finally.
Flash out.
Okay. Yeah. So they brought the data. ECG has about 4.8 million active customers. Active customers. Then they have about 664,000 non-active customers. What it means is that these people have racked up debts, and they've been disconnected, sort of. And so now they have to pursue these people and recover. They owe money, but they couldn't tell us how much that is. The other problem is state institutions. They've racked up bills. You see, public officers, they will leave air conditioners on, they will leave lights on. And so state institutions also owe ECG. So what they speak of is that they are currently engaged with all the stakeholders in the industry. They are doing what they call debt matrix. You owe me, I owe you, then somebody else owes us. So they are trying to realign. For instance, TV3, you published about, just some time ago, that ECG owes, we owes ECG some $200 million. Yes, but they say it was not 200, it was 150. ECG owes them, and ECG asked them to go and take a loan so they will guarantee and be paying.
Interesting.
Interesting arrangement. And so we need to revisit this matter. Find another time. Let's revisit this matter.
Because the engagement continues.
It's ongoing. As I speak, Imani is engaging us today with policy alternatives in the energy industry.
And that's why.
But I'm here because
we are shifting away from the privatization. Imani is shifting away.
Yes.
Let's stop the TV.
Thank you as well to you, because I know you need to rush in there. We'll come back after all of this is said and done, what the way forward should be after this engagement. And then I appreciate you as well. On behalf of the rest of the team, we do appreciate your company. And to all the guests who came through earlier as well, thank you very much. My name is Alfred Ocansey. Have a great weekend.